All right. Located once again at Apple Valley Airport. And we're going to be taking a VFR flight from here down to McLennan Palomar Airport, which is a Class Delta. This one is actually Class Golf. Non-towered airport. Let's have a look. A little closer look at this place on the chart here. Yep. So it's golf down to, at the surface, up to 700 feet. Right by a delta. And we're going to be basically flying from Apple Valley over to McLennan. And we're going to be doing it by way of landmarks, pretty much just following roads. And there's a bunch of airports that we're going to cruise on nice and close by along the way. So we can go ahead and get started with, let's just go ahead and get this airplane going, actually. We're going to go ahead and just officially get in a basic flight plan. So we're going to go to our craft page, choose our airport, and our destination, and VFR 160, looks good, let's call this 5500. And got that. Good. Okay, cool. And then we're just going to PilotEdge. File it. Looking good there. Alright. Flight plan. Filed successfully. Good deal. So now they'll see us. We're going to get flight following. So we have someone to talk to. Although it looks like it's pretty busy out there. We'll see even if they accept us. I guess they can potentially refuse us if they were too busy, but that's okay. And once again, we are here. You know, these aircraft around here. And let's see. Currently located down at Apple Valley. So, doesn't have a dedicated airport diagram, so we are going to use the airport facility directory page. And basically just, I think we're located like right in around this area. We're just gonna simply just taxi right out to 36, launch off of there. This should work out pretty well. And then here's our airport diagram for Palomar. So we got that up. We're all set there. Let's go ahead and jump in the airplane. Our trusty Bonanza by Coronado with the reality expansion pack all nicely tied down. And to get this going, we'll go ahead and jump inside and we will bring up the walk around feature, which will let us untie the aircraft. So let's go ahead and do that. Basically pulls up these checklist page, and we're going to assume all this stuff is good to go. POTS operating handbook's in there. Parking brake. To see that from this angle, going to get rid of this. Here's our parking brake. It's looking good. Set. Avionics is off. Ignition switch is off. Landing gear lever is looking like it's down. And master switch, we're going to turn that on. Okay, there we go. Low voltage alternator out warning lights on is not modeled in the Coronado airplane. Landing gear lights in the green, which they're not showing. The Coronado model, you have to actually turn the avionics on to see that. I don't know if that's like that in the real airplane, but looks good. Shut that back off. Fuel quantity, looking pretty equal. So, take your pick. Flaps are down. Okay. And master switch is coming back off for the time being. Trim controls are on 0, which is neutral. And go on to the next page. Baggage door is looking good. Static port is free and clear. Hopefully there's no spiders hanging in there. Elevator. Go ahead and check that out. Yep. Moving nice and smooth. Good to go. ELT. Oh, I guess it's good. I don't think we can really see it from here. I guess maybe that's the antenna for the ELT. I'm not sure. Position lights on. Position lights on back here. Good. Rudder, if we want to check the freedom of movement of it, of course. Just like you would in a real pre-flight. Let's take off this tie down. And cabin air intakes looking good here, looking good here. Static port's clear on this side. Antenna's all attached. We want to check our flap, proper amount of play. Well, that's weird. It's supposed to stay down. I have to report that. Aileron. Looking good. Let's take this tie down off. Let's take our pitot cover off. Hey Rob, what's happening, buddy? How are you? Got our pitot cover off. And let's see what else. Get rid of these chocks here. It's tire status. They look fresh. Engine cover removed. Propeller check. No dings, divots. All good to go. Landing light looking like it's intact. Air intake. Nothing in the way. Let's see what else we have here. Let's get rid of these chocks. Wheel well doors looking good. All that stuff. Let me rewind top a bit. Here we go. Cool. Got that one done. Tie down. Let's take that out. And I think we're just about there. Check the aileron on that side. No problems. Sweet. And this flap, yeah, it's also up. Strange. Oh, cool. You're repainting. What airplane are you repainting? Yeah, it's interesting that you're right. There's not a lot of people on Twitch, and then there's a lot of people flying on PilotEdge. So I was like, oh, let me jump on. We'll see if we can get a word in edgewise. Okay, so now that we're in the aircraft, let's go ahead and bring up the checklist. Seats, position and lock, seat backs upright, parking brake is set, we did that before, avionics are off, circuit breakers are in, not modeled in this airplane, landing gear lever is down as we did before, cowl flaps open, oh, they were closed, okay.
Correction. November 2612 Juliet, SoCal.
See, that's strange too.
John Wayne altimeter 2996.
Thanks for the host, Rob, appreciate it, man. Oh, cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of things I want to learn how to do as far as like painting an airplane would be cool. And I definitely want to learn how to like there's a few airports on the East Coast, just real basic airports that I want to learn how to modify. So I definitely want to learn how to do that. That'd be a cool skill to have. Let's see, where were we? Cowl flaps are open. And landing lights, all the light switches are off. Electric elevator trim. I can never find that switch. I don't even think there really is one available. But anyway. On this one. Maybe it's on the yoke, but just say it's off. Feels like the valve, full tank. We said that they were equal before from the angle we were looking at. Battery and alternators coming on. Good there. Fuel quantities. We could check those again. Actually, what I'm going to do is turn on the panel lights. Now we can see something. Alright, we're almost there. Quantity indicators, we did that. Beacon light coming on. Next. Okay.
2612 Juliet, fighting 210 to set to maintain 5,000.
So, mixture. We're going to start this thing up. Let's hope we do it right. Full rich. Yesterday, I tried to start this thing up over and over again. It turned out that the engine had failed. Like, it was an X-plane failure. Prop is at high RPM. Throttle full. Auxiliary fuel pump is going to come on until we see the fuel flow gauge peak, and then we'll shut it off. All right, I think that peaked. It was a little, maybe premature, but better than flooding it. Throttle 1/4 inch. And let's go ahead and get this thing started. All right, success. Looking good. Oh. And of course, going to make sure our instrument's looking good. Oil pressure came up. Appropriate amount of time. We're good there. Throttle down to... Let's bring it down to position where we're about 1,000 or so. Between 1,000 and 1,200. Oil pressure's looking good. External power, didn't use it. Alternator is charging. It's on the right side of 0. Engine indications are all looking good. Nothing in the red. Starter energized light is off, which doesn't work on this one anyway. Avionics are going to come on. Okay. Flaps are coming up. Yeah, they were up. That's weird. Okay. I know I put them down, but maybe I screwed up there. Brakes, release, and check. Not just yet. Alright, cool. So, we're going to look at the frequency we're going to need for the contact once we're airborne. So we're going to, and the frequency we're going to use to depart with. So we're taking off at Apple Valley. And I'm zoomed in as much as I can be, so hopefully you guys can see that. CTAF is 122.8.
Number 2612, Juliet, traffic 4,
So we'll go ahead and put that
traffic
in.
1 to 2 o'clock, 4 miles. VFR aircraft southbound at hitting 5,500.
What do we have? 122.8.
Number 2612, Juliet, thank you, flighting 280.
And then we are going to come up to the page for Apple Valley, and if we look along here, we can see that communications, Joshua approach and departure control is on 124.55, so that's who we'll pick up our flight following with. What's up, cross country? How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good one. Thanks for jumping on. I've seen a couple of your streams before. Definitely pretty cool, man. I think you've been flying more general aviation as well, right? Let's see, 124.55. I'm going to put that in there. Okay, so we have that in there. And, so, let's see. So I have frequencies in there. I'm going to put on my nav taxi that we're about to roll out. Well, that was really strange looking for a moment there. Oh, okay. It's a powerful landing. Taxi light just lit up that airplane in front of us pretty bright. Hey, Marlos. How's it going, man? Okay, so to get an idea where we are, this thing's pretty cool, huh? Look at that. So we're at Apple Valley, And my general plan is to take off out of runway 36 here. And yeah, I've learned a ton from PilotEdge myself. That's definitely a really good service. I went right into that too. I've seen VATSIM a few times, but I never got to try it. A bunch of people on here were just like, I just get on PilotEdge, so I did that. So we're going to take off, fly runway heading, start climbing. The ceiling of the KLAS Delta here at Victorville is 5,400, and we're going to cruise at 5,500, so we'll be okay. I'm going to hold that runway heading for, until I get to, let's say, at least 3,000. And I'll turn, do a left crosswind departure, and we're going to cross over this highway. I'm going to use this highway as a major landmark for us to follow. And we're going to head back down to the south, and then we're just follow and use these landmarks to go along. So we're going to pick up flight following once we get onto the crosswind leg, and we're heading southbound. We can see that there's no other traffic coming out of here. I haven't even really looked into it. I know that I first heard of it from somebody that actually wanted to do the air traffic control side. So that sounded pretty complicated just to get involved with that. All right. So, and we are located right in this area. So it's a simple taxi out. We're just going to basically head right on down this way onto 36. We could even cut right over here if we wanted to. Okay. So let's jump back in our airplane. Now, the only thing I couldn't get was the ASOS would not come in at this airport. Actually, let me double check and see if there's an additional frequency. I think I tried, where is it? Actually, this one only has a CTAF. There's no METAR frequency here, and you can't even see it over here either. And then when I tried to pick up Victorville, I couldn't reach it from the ground over here. It wasn't coming in. So what I do is I just look at the air elevation, 3,062 feet. And we'll sort of zoom on back in here. Alright. And we'll jump on board. And we'll just set this up so that we have field elevation 3,062. So right about there. Okay. And that should be good there. Alright. I'm going to set my heading bug to 360. And we plan to cruise at 5,500. So I'll go ahead and set that on the autopilot right now. I'm anticipating a climb out rate of about 1,000 feet, 1,100 feet per minute on this airplane. Typically handles that. And how we're looking. All our instruments are all set. Radios are set. And let's go on the next checklist page here. That's before takeoff. Okay, so we don't need that just yet. Alright, so we can just roll out to the left side there. So, release our brake. We're rolling. Test our brake. Looking good. If you guys see me forget anything about anything, just feel free to chime in. Do a intersection takeoff over here. Cool. I'm not going to do a run up. Save some time. Okay, so before takeoff, whoops. Seatbelt's all good. Parking brake is currently set. Radios we have set. Engine instruments are looking all where they need to be in the green. Not too cold, not too hot. Let's see what else. If we were doing our run-up, we'd do 1700 RPMs. Exercise the throttle, drop it to 400 RPMs. Double check our magnetos, make sure they're good. Extra check, we're back to 1200. Trim is set. Let's double check that. Oops. So we'll put this right around 0 there. Okay. Flaps are currently up. Yep. Windows are locked, secure. Flight controls. Well, if we wanted to do that, we could just have a look-see. Yeah, no problems there. And mixture full rich. Brakes released. Instrument check. Cool. And then once we get on the runway, we have to set takeoff power, full RPMs. Once we get positive rate, no more usable runway, we'll do gear up. Airspeed we'll do about at least over 77 is the climb out speed. But then we're going to get to 96, which is VY, and cruise climb 107. About 500 feet above elevation, which will be around 3,600 feet, we'll set 25 squared. 25 inches of manifold pressure, 2,500 RPMs. And we'll monitor our engine temperatures, of course. And then once we get to cruise, we'll do what we gotta do. So hopefully I remember to come back to that checklist. Alright, oops. Let's just put that there. Okay, just verify we are on the right frequency, 122.8. And I'm going to do landing strobes. How are we looking out this side? No traffic there. No traffic there. Apple Valley traffic, Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo is taking runway 36 departure. It'll be a crosswind departure, left crosswind departure 36. Got a positive rate. Just coming up. Just going to lower this engine noise a little bit so you guys can hear ATC over it successfully. Hey, Satek, what's up, man? I just took off out of Apple Valley and heading on down to Palomar. Doing some VFR initially, and then might do IFR out of there. So you're welcome to jump in somewhere along this way. Anybody, by the way, I should have said that earlier, is welcome to jump in on this. So, all right, 3,600. Try for 25 inches. 2,500 RPMs. 96 knots. Holding that pretty well. Okay. Let's go ahead and gauge this vertical speed aspect of the autopilot. And let's go ahead and put in heading. Okay, how are we doing? Stabilized. Good to go. Climbing through 4,300. Our speed's looking okay. Thanks for stopping in, man. Thanks, cross country. Appreciate the compliments on the takeoff there. These clouds are looking nice. We're going to be tracking this highway that's over here. You're going to see me like kind of rewinding time every now and then. Just to keep daylight going. So, I'm pretty confident that based on this altitude, we should be able to reach 5,500 before reaching Victorville airspace. I'm going to begin this crosswind turn now. Victorville traffic, Bonanza 576, Tango Bravo is turning left, crosswind 36. Okay. Say, take you do anything good this evening? And thanks for the host, man. Alright, we're leveling off rather at 5,500. Let's head over to 23 inches. 2,300 RPMs. We're going to adjust our mixture. Let's lean that out a little bit. So, we look down here. We got our EGT. Let's go ahead and peak that out for best economy initially. It's peaking out around there. Now it's starting to come down a little bit, so we're going to peak it back up. And then I'm going to richen it a little bit by about 100 degrees. That's a little too much. Okay, right about there. It should be our best power. And let's make this turn. So now, we just crossed that highway. Oh, cool. Yeah, Marlis. It's definitely a good airplane. Perfect airplane for the I ratings. The V ratings, the I ratings, great airplane to do that in. I did all mine in the Bonanza with the exception of the last two. The I-10 and I-11, and I really enjoyed it. So we're going to get a little close to this highway here. And we can see Victorville, oh, there's some traffic out there. We can see, Apple Valley there. Victorville should be right over here. And what we're going to do now is call in for our flight following. So let's switch over to Joshua approach control. And let's see, Victorville is off to what? Our let's see. Whoop, let's go to this window. Okay, so right off to our 2 o'clock, which I guess that puts it off to our west. So we're off to the east about 5 miles. Okay. Oh, you know what I want to do before I call them? Let me just go ahead and squawk 1200 now. I should have done that earlier. And they'll end up giving me a squawk code anyway. Okay, so Joshua approach, Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo, VFR 5,500. Would like to request flight following to Palomar.
576 Tango Bravo to approach, squawk 3542.
3542, 576 Tango Bravo. Okay. 3, 5, 4, and 2. Okay. Let's see if he picks that up. Otherwise,
Marco 55, Ontario Tower, runway 8 right, clear for takeoff. After departure, make right to traffic report.
thanks, cross country. I think I got it.
576 Tango Joshua approach, radar con 6 miles southeast of the Victorville Airport. Maintain VFR at appropriate bar altitude.
Roger, VFR appropriate altitude 576 Tango Bravo. Thanks. All right, cool. Good deal.
428 Kilo Polar Tower, runway 2.
So yeah, this
left downwind departure approved.
this airplane is definitely really nice for doing pretty much all the I ratings in this aircraft.
At 750, contact.
So is the
Los Angeles
Bonanza.
target.
The I-9, which is SIDS and stars, is the I-5 and the I-9. The I-5 is SIDS and stars. The I-9 is profiled to sense. Those are better in airliners, but I think you can do them in fast props. So.
Netted 750, Los Angeles Tower, runway 25 left, cleared to land.
Those mountains look cool. We're heading right for them. So, let's check our progress. Basically what we did was past Victorville, heading down this highway here. Let's see how we're doing. And follow it right into the mountains. I actually flew this flight and recorded it, a local recording, like a few days back, and I wanted to use it, but for some reason I had a problem with the recording. It was like stuttering, even though the frame rate was solid. The way the data, I guess, was recording, I must have had something going on. So hopefully it doesn't happen again. Although it won't. I'm just going to do it off of the Twitch feed instead. But it was a cool flight because the last like 10 minutes I was trying to find Palomar, VFR, and I was totally unsure whether or not I had the right airport. So it's kind of cool when you're sweating like that. Who knows, that might happen again today, but I have a better idea of where it is now that I've been there once. So let's go ahead and bring it a little bit brighter terrain so we can enjoy that.
8 right, grab the option. For 576, Tango Bravo, next SoCal approach, 35.4.
SoCal approach, would you mind repeating that frequency for 576 Tango Bravo?
576 Tango Bravo, text SoCal approach, 135.4.
135.4, thank you. Look at those airplanes down below us. A couple of B-1s. Holy cow, that's cool. Let's check it out on this side. That's awesome. I don't usually use the zoom command, but let's have a zoom on those guys. Nice.
321 Bravo Romeo, right? Stand by for the weather.
That's pretty sweet. There must be a... here, let's check this out. So we're heading toward the hills, and you see this here, the VR1257126. It's a VFR military training route, and in PilotEdge, they have them following them, so that's pretty sweet. Okay. Oops, did switch frequency.
At 7 Richards, runway 25 right. At Papa, hold short, Bravo, contact ground.
SoCal approach, Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo, VFR 5500.
For 576 Tango Bravo, so approach, good afternoon, Ontario, altimeter 2996.
Thanks for the altimeter 576 Tango Bravo. Alright, so we got these highways kind of coming through here. And, oh, there's some more airplanes. I don't know if you guys can see that on your screen.
10 Bravo Romeo now.
There they go.
Reporting wind.
And that's like definitely fast.
20 at 18, gust 26. 10 visibility clear.
Alright, so our highway, like,
Dew point minus altitude.
as it went into the terrain, hooked around this way, swung that way, and is now going off that way. So that's where we're going to follow it. Because obviously if we continue straight, we're going to smack into some terrain. So let's go ahead and make this turn. And to confirm, what we're looking at here is this area right here. We're got like all squirrely on the highways, right? And what I'm going to do is, you can see how the inset, it says TAC. That's the Los Angeles Terminal Area Chart. So we're going to zoom, we're going to click on that and then zoom in more, because it's going to give us even more detail. And basically what we're doing is we're following how the roads went around. I'm just going to kind of cruise along here.
Negative, cross runway 2 right, hold short of taxiway Bravo, and then contact ground.
Cross country, I've been, I have a lot of hours in gliders, sailplanes, and some single engine time. But then, between life getting in the way and, of course, funds, I did not finish any actual certifications. But I do hold a advanced ground instructor and an instrument ground instructor certificate. So I went through the training for providing ground instruction if I wanted to. So that's kind of like how I got a decent amount of book knowledge and chart knowledge and stuff like that. And just, you know, being generally interested in this stuff. Cool. So, terrain here. Loving it. I'll try and get some more exterior views for you guys as we go. I'm going to hang a left and follow the highway out that way. Got some nice challenge of hazy visibility going on. Thanks, man. Yeah, I've just, between hitting the books and, you know, some basic real-world experience, and yeah, I have a lot of friends that are in aviation as a career, as well. So, you know, that really makes a difference. Yeah, Rob, I did the same thing. And I was even more intimidated in a way, well, compared to the average Windows user, because like I use G2XPL and didn't it's not a native Mac platform for that. It's Windows software, so I kind of went through figuring out how to do it on that machine, and I got it going. It's great. Love it. And you can, you know, you can truly do VFR with it. Can you, by the way, you guys, can you hear the frequencies and everything? All the sounds are balanced. I don't want to be overpowering the audio. Okay, so now let's go ahead and check our chart. What am I doing? I'll come back in the airplane. And then I want to go and look at our chart. So, what we're doing here, coming out of the hills, okay, we're going to continue following the highway to the southeast. That's Route 215. So let's just make sure. So this is Route 215 coming this way, right? Yeah, it's not going along that way. Maintain 3,000, 6,000, 5 minutes after departure. Appear frequency 119er. Correction, 119er.6. You know what? That's funny. I didn't even read the last part of your statement. Wow, this is really hazy. Let's see what the reported visibility is at Ontario. 10 miles. Doesn't look like it. San Bernardino, they're reporting 10 miles. Just hazy. Runway 26 right, departure procedure to Mission Bay, Victor 23 to Oceanside. So, then as filed. You can see that this highway's going to curve under our nose a little bit out in front of us. You can see this highway over there. Hey Chevy, how's it going, man? And then you got this highway over here. So that's kind of what we're going to cross, and then we're going to turn and head south, which I'm going to do right now. Marco 55, remain right, the option. Chevy, if you want to stream next, man, let me know. I'll gladly share the stream time. I'm not going to do like an all-night thing, so I was thinking about just doing this and then heading up to quick IFR up to Burbank. So plus I can stay up a little bit late tonight, so if you want to jump in after that, man, just let me know. Alright, so if you look over here in this haze, you can see this tower sticking up. Runway right there. Alright. So we're looking at that's San Bernardino. You can see how it's Class Delta. It's a towered airport. And we're going to skirt the outside of this shelf area of Ontario. However, we're at 5,500, so we're technically not. You going to do a 24-hour, Chef? Nice. You off tomorrow?
711 Alpha Foxtrot, Camarillo ground, I have your request.
Okay. Now we can see some highway hooking off to the side here and around here. And let's come back over here. Stick our face to the glass there. And I gotta turn a little more. So you see this highway coming in under here, right? Oops. This is where, like, track IR is awesome. I don't have it. This nice big fat intersection here, and it hooks off to this way. And so that's this. We just passed this intersection. Now we're going to go down this way.
The fly heading 275, radar vectors Ventura 044 radial, then as filed. Maintain 4,000 at 5,000, 5 minutes after departure.
And we're basically following. Whoops, we're following the highway down that way. Cool. Last night was funny. Josh was hysterical. Rob, you were, I don't know what time you were on until, but the late night part was hysterical when Josh was just going off about. I tuned in, like, he was already saying, "Oh, you guys are." It was after he landed and the flight didn't go too well or whatever, and out of Las Vegas to San Francisco, he was on a roll. It was hysterical. Okay, we got this airport there. And that, I believe, is Flabob. Or Flabob. Single runway, no tower. Right there. Okay. And then at the same time, we're going to keep an eye out for Riverside, which is further up. So as long as we, even though we're above this airspace, it's kind of just good practice if you're trying to fly through this airspace sandwich here. We're going to stay just to the east and south of it. That guarantees we're out of their airspace. So I got Flabob there. Still have our highway over here.
Rachel 1 Bravo Romeo, Van Nuys, Armor with 34 left, clear for takeoff, left crosswind departure approved.
John Fly streamed this morning. Oh yeah, you did see him. Yeah, I heard you saying to Josh. Oh, that's loud. I heard you saying to him, "Don't be streaming tomorrow morning." And then John Fly was on. I saw that too. Oh, here's another airport right over here. That's got to be Riverside, right? Let's check that out. So Riverside's here. And then we're going to pass that. And then the third airport is going to be Corona. It's kind of like by this water-looking stuff here. And before we get to Corona, we're going to hang a left and follow highway down the south, somewhere out here. Can you guys hear the wind difference with the turbulence? It's pretty cool. You can actually hear the wind of the airframe.
Radar contact 5 miles south
Damn.
east of the John Wayne Airport. Resume.
Okay, so here's Riverside.
VFR altitudes.
There are some 6 sacks in the back seat storage flap if you want to barf. Just don't do it on the seats, please. We're coming out over here. There's a body of water over here. So let's see. That body of water, I don't know if it's Lake Matthews. Let's see. Lake Matthews shows like the straight edge here. Might be like a damn of sorts.
Marco 55.
Yeah, there it is. That's straight edge right there. Maybe that's a boat ramp. Let's see if we can check out and find that other airport we were looking for. I'm purposely leaving it early enough in the daytime so we can't utilize the rotating beacon. This might be Corona out over here. I keep hearing 575 and it's screwing me up. Okay, so if that's Corona, which I think it is, we're going to make the left on a highway, which is probably right out over here. Yeah, it looks like that's it right there.
Rate 01 Bravo, Romeo Squawk, altitude, contact SoCal departure.
Fly by. Yeah, you see, now you can really see the intersection. But that's kind of like cheating. Well, we made the landmark. If we continued straight, we could go over to like John Wayne, among other airports, I hear. But we're going to hang a left here. So we could make the turn now if we wanted to, but I'm going to sort of hook around. Yeah, cross country. This is definitely some nice photo tiles. This is actually the original Sim Heaven tile. That's why my SoCal area looks a little more green than some people's later's version, because it's been dry, I think, for the past few years. So we're going to follow this highway. I'm going to set my heading bug kind of aimed at the highway. We're going to get some cloudage down below us. I recustomized my numeric keypad views, just so I can always, in my quartering views, I can always see my piece of my attitude indicator and my heading indicator.
Do me a favor, reset transfer squawk 1762.
Still heading for the hillside. Heading for the hills. These mountains look awesome too, out by Ontario.
Aircraft calling sim.
Looks like some crosswinds are hitting us.
Rate 01 Bravo Romeo, radar contact 7 miles north of the Van Nuys.
And I'm on X-Plane 10.36, so you can totally see a crosswind. Probably is even more pronounced in the latest version of X-Plane. Okay, so we have our highway we're still following at this lake out here. Go ahead and get a positive identification on that one. So we passed Lake Matthews.
Marco 55, remain right the option.
And we're essentially coming down Route 15 over here.
3744, flying 360.
And we have our mountains over here, Santiago Peak. And then we have Lake Ilsenor. Ilsenor? Ilsenor? I don't have no idea. Ilsenore. If you guys know the area, feel free to correct me. And then this one is no name. Okay. So, see the shape of that lake.
Approach with a request. Go ahead. Right, we're 503 Delta. Are you already on the approach?
Okay. So this lake, you can see how wide it is. I mean, it's definitely the lake that we're going for. It's very wide. This one has more like a finger-looking lake to it, you know, like these just thin and pretty easy. I think that's it right there. It's pretty easy to see that that's it right there. There's some nice view of the land.
503 Papa Delta, apologies. Runway 30 right, clear for the option, and you're looking for close traffic. 30 right, clear for the option. Departure right, close traffic group.
Was that a group flight you guys did today, Chevy? I just realized I gotta switch my fuel tank.
5758, confirm. Runway 25, taxi to via Bravo and Alpha. Rate 01 Bravo Romeo, next point Magoo approach on 124.7. Rate 01 Bravo Romeo, contact point Magoo approach 124.7.
It's cool. Yeah, I saw Bob and Kat were flying earlier. I mean, I just saw them on the PilotEdge map. Alright, I better switch my fuel tanks. Let's see. Yeah.
Route 374 Quebec,
you guys know if on this airplane I'm supposed to turn on the auxiliary fuel pump before switching tanks? I remember on the checklist of Piper Warrior used to fly occasionally.
Camarillo, Tivitor,
that was in the checklist. Electric fuel pump on, switch fuel tanks, fuel pump off. Even though it had an engine-driven fuel pump. I'm guessing it was to help purge any kind of bubbles that would maybe be introduced to the fuel system during the switch. I don't know. Marlis, I know both Disgraced and I think Cranky got it going. Okay, so got some traffic out over there. We have this lake over here. So basically we're passing right over here. This lake. We might catch a glimpse of Hemet Ryan because the runways will be pointed right at us. They're pretty easy to spot when they're pointed right at you like that. Should be like right out this area here. Oh, that might be it right there. I can kind of see like a darkness in the terrain. Okay, so here's the highway we've been following. And what we have is a highway coming in. So we're on 15. Here's Route 215. It's going to merge together. We might even see French Valley. So we're going to keep an eye out for this merge here.
12 o'clock, 3 miles, both VFR. One northbound, one southbound, indicating 4,300, 4,000.
I don't think that's it. No. Got this lake over here. Well, that might be Hemet over there. You see those two little runways out there? I don't know if you guys can see it on your screen. The resolution's good enough.
3744 Quebec traffic. Remember 801 Bravo Romeo, no traffic. 3 to 9 to 10 o'clock, 4 miles northbound. VFR aircraft indicating 4,500.
Okay, so
4575 Quebec, Santa Barbara, 125 for the tick.
There's another road coming in. Okay, either way, this road is eventually going to go into the hillside here.
3744
I think this is French Valley right here. There's a body of water over here. So let's go ahead and check that out. Yeah, this is Skinner Reservoir. And we must be like right over here if we're seeing them kind of in alignment. We're actually a little bit behind that. So here's French Valley, Skinner Reservoir. And here's that highway coming in from an angle over this way. Right on in. See them merging in together. So at that point, we'll be here. And then I'm going to just switch from this point right over to the San Diego TAC chart, which will, I don't know if we can, if it does a good, oh yeah, cool. Alright, we're on there. So let's just go ahead and fly that. I wonder if we'll see this little racetrack oval. Actually, it might be right over the top of it. Might be like right down in here.
575 Quebec, contact Barbara departure. Actually, number 5. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, we probably already flew over it, I'm guessing.
Any 575 Quebec, Santa Barbara, sure better contact. I maintain 5,000.
Looks like some kind of stadium down here.
Number 3744 Quebec, turn left heading 290 vectors through the localizer. Rate 01 Bravo Leo traffic, 3 o'clock, less, looks like 1.5 miles. VFR aircraft eastbound is getting 3,500. For 711 Alpha, travel runway 26, line up away. Under 7 Alpha Romeo, under 75 Alpha Romeo.
So we're we're crossing over here. We're basically gonna enter into this hillside here. 2,400 feet, 2,000 feet. It should be good. We're at 5,500. Didn't want to do that. And then what we're going to do is, as we follow the highway, we might see Fall Brook, a congested area of terrain. I don't know if I'll see the runway. It's a very short runway. What is it? 2,100 feet. But what we should be able to see is these 3 racetrack ovals, I'm hoping. Okay, so we're going to make this turn.
Number 576, Tinkerbell, contact SoCal approach for 119.6.
119.6 was that for 6 Tango Bravo? SoCal approach minutes 576 Tango Bravo. Can you please repeat frequency?
576 Tinker Bravo, contact SoCal approach for 100.6.
119.6, 576 Tango Bravo.
We're 3744 Quebec, flighting 3030. We're 711 Alpha Fox, Camarillo Tower, runway 26, clear for takeoff.
Jumped on for like a last minute closing flight of PilotEdge last night, and Marcus was on, and you could totally tell he had a raging, it sounded like a raging cold. Nose totally stuffed up. And I felt bad because I had to have him repeat something back to me.
Rate 01 Bravo Romeo, verify 6 miles west of the field. Rate 01 Bravo Romeo, not an air west of the field. Think right downwind, runway 26, and report midfield. May we'll see you closer.
SoCal approach Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo level 5,500.
576 Tango SoCal approach. Good afternoon, Palomar altimeter. Palomar altimeter is 2995.
Thanks for altimeter. It's 576 Tango Bravo. Alright, so we are following along here.
Great. Correction number 503 Papa Delta, Bakersfield Tower, we direct everybody out.
This whole area that's congested over here.
For 7791 Papa Torrance, go ahead.
But I think that's probably Fallbrook. The highway hooking to the left, I don't know.
Or 771 Alpha Fox, contact point to depart.
Kind of hooks to the left, comes back, hooks to the left again. Oh wait, I think I see something off my nose there. Sort of lean forward. See that oval right there? It might be one of those tracks. Got an oval here. Got an oval here. An oval there. An oval there. This town is racetrack happy. So anyway, that.
We're 374 Quebec. Flighting 170.
You guys should be able to see that now. And that looks like these over here. And this one, yeah. Cool. So that being the case, whoops. What am I doing here? Keep in mind this is a tack chart, so the scale is different. So we're up at 5,500.
504 November uniform, Field
I'm going to start descending. I'm going to listen to the weather for Palomar.
3 miles from Bonky, flighting 170, main 3000, still established on the localized cleared ILS 20 right approach.
2.8. Altimeter 29905.
Excuse me.
ILS 24 approach in use.
24.
Departing runway 24. Read back all runway assignments and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have Quebec.
Quebec.
McClellan Palomar information Quebec.
7791 Papa,
353 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 7.
Or 77,
clear below
correction
1.
number 711 Alpha Foxtrot. Appointment good departure, where are you headed? There's 771 Alpha Foxtrot. You were supposed to be heading 275.
I'm going to slow us down.
But clear direct
before I start descending. Alright, next frequency I'm going to want to put in is the tower. So let's go ahead and have a look over. We're done with this, right? Yeah. Tower here is 118.6.
Tower, 126 right, clear for takeoff. Redundant 75 Alpha Romeo, Las Vegas clearance.
Alright, I'm pretty cold right now. Go ahead and put the cowl flaps in. Close them up. I should have done that a while ago when I did my mixture. Okay, descent. Altimeter, cowl flaps closed, power is required. Okay.
Marco 55, remain for the option. For correction, third lane.
Get a little slow here, but
For 5758 Quebec traffic, 9 to 10 o'clock, 3 miles. If aircraft eastbound indicating 5,500.
SoCal approach Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo, descending from 5,500 to 2,000.
503 Papa Delta, runway 30 right.
Alright, so, landmark we're going to use right now.
Or 576 Tango radar services terminated. Squawk VFR, contact Palomar Tower.
Squawk VFR, Palomar Tower, 576 Tango Bravo, thank you. Alright, so you see how over here there is This is what I was sweating the other day. I was like, when should I turn? And there's an intersecting highway over here that will sort of shoot you right back in over here. So I'm going to go for this intersection. I'm going to do a nice 270 on the turn just to sort of set everything up. And we should be good. And I think this is it right over here, coming in this way.
374 Park Quebec, John Wayne
Switch
Auto,
over to tower.
20 right, clear
We have information Quebec.
Towards tower.
Speed's doing okay. And you can look out that way now.
Taxi to the terminal. Taxi to the ramp Charlie. Remain this frequency.
Oh, let me just do this.
Charlie.
Yeah, so there's the runway.
Tower, Cessna 0,
right there.
801 Bravo.
The other way I found it yesterday, before even seeing that highway, is I made note of this notch coming in here, which was this notch over here. But then I was confused with these over here, and I was like, oh man, which one is it?
Clear for the option.
I was afraid I was going to actually fly to Oceanside.
But
this one's pretty obvious.
You're going to be at full stop.
We'll be at full stop. We're Bravo Romeo.
0, correction, rate 01 from your Roger, runway 26 clear land.
And there's that highway coming in and around there.
Convict SoCal departure, get it.
And
order departure 18902.
that is right around, I'm going to call over Escondido.
Have your clearance advised for the copy. Remember 9075 Alpha, clear the John Wayne Airport, approach 6 departure, Hector transition, KO5 arrival.
Make that turn, we should be fine at 2,000 feet, spinning around. Terrain is relatively friendly over there.
Transition, climb up, over SID, squad 571.
Let's double check that altimeter setting.
Number 975 Alpha, read back history.
520.
2921, Cal departure, better contact.
Altimeter
Maintain
299.
6,000.
Here's the altimeter right here. What is it? 29904. Okay.
Number 711 Alpha Strike, contact SoCal approach 134.2.
134.2 SoCal. 711 Alpha.
It was like a Tommy 2 times there.
Space November 975 Alpha Romeo. Landscape Aviation. Holding short valve for request taxi to the approach here.
What's up, Hornet? How's it going?
75 Alpha Romeo, Las Vegas ground, runway 1 left at Bravo, taxi via Hotel Sierra. Action, runway 1 left at Sierra, it's via Hotel Sierra.
SoCal process, National 1 for Foster 4000. Okay, modified Sierra via Hotel Express to 97 off-road.
Man, I'm kind of low.
Number 711 Alpha Foxtrot, SoCal approach. Good afternoon, Burbank, altimeter.
And here's our highway. It's going to lead us right over that way. So
Correction, Burbank, altitude 2906.
2996 Burbank, altimeter Cessna 1.
Number 5758, Quebec, contact Point Magoo, approach 124.7.
maybe I should have stayed a little higher. It's kind of hard to see from this vantage point. Palomar Tower, Bonanza 576, Tango Bravo, VFR, inbound 2000 over Escondido.
Number 576, Tango Bravo, Palomar Tower, make straight on runway 24, report 2 mile flight.
Straight on runway 24, and that was a 2-mile file for 576 Tango Bravo, right? 2-mile final.
5758 Quebec Magoo
Okay.
approach.
I'm going to take that as a yes.
Camarillo altimeter 2996.
I think that's our runway out there. I'm just going to hold 120.
Baker Shield Tower, like 550, Delta's midfield.
Hey, Kenda, how are you?
To make a full stop, runway 30 right, and then air taxi to.
If I said that right, Kenda. Cross country. I am currently getting. Oh, I don't even have it up right now. I just have the OBS. In this region, I probably get around 40, between 30. I usually get between 35 and 50 on really even over photos. So, but I have my settings dialed down. Well, actually, certain things dialed down, certain things cranked up.
Whiskey for
It
parking
gives a nice
GPS.
look. I just can't turn certain bells and whistles on. But if you go on,
55.
if you scroll below
Welcome
the
back to Romeo, taxi to parking
the
via
window that you're
Whiskey.
watching down below, where it says My Setup, and you'll see you'll actually see a link
Las Vegas 79750 Romeo Hotel Sierra.
to a image online that is my settings for the
Intercept 5 Alpha
computer.
Romeo, Lost Tower, Romeo 1 left at Sierra 10. Clear for takeoff.
1 left 5 Sierra Club takeoff, 750 Romeo.
Okay, so
Cessna 259 Delta Lima.
There's the runway right there.
To be active for pattern work with the weather.
right out there.
Aircraft calling for pattern.
So let's slow it down a little bit more.
259 Delta Lima.
Let's get rid of this autopilot. Oops.
For 2500 Delta Lima, San Luis to runway 29er, taxi by Alpha.
29 over here, Alpha 9 Delta Lima.
John Wayne Tower, 4 Quebec is clear of Juliet on the left, taxi holding short of the left, and taxi to Signature East.
Okay, that highway's about 5 miles out, so gotta get a little closer. Let's pull some power back.
Cross 20 left, and taxi to Signature Juliet Alpha.
Well, I'll tell you cross country, honestly, I love my iMac. It's a mid-2011, it's old. You'd probably do really well with a brand new one, but for the amount of money and the hardware, if you're looking for a flight sim machine, I'm going to end up building a Windows machine or buying one. So, okay.
I can't see anything
Let's
else.
move forward. Oh, you're down.
Give me that control of traffic.
Okay, we're within less than VFE. There's lots of flaps. You can really see how that bleeds off the speed big time. Full flaps.
Camera Tower, Cessna 80.
Get some trim going on here.
801 Bravo Romeo, taxi to parking via Foxtrot. Remain this frequency.
Taxi parking via Strock. Man, pretty super far.
Palomar Tower, Bonanza 576, Tango Bravo, 2 mile final, runway 24.
For 576, take a Bravo, Palomar Tower, runway 24, good land.
Clear to land 24, 576, Tango Bravo. Where did I learn to fly? I've glider time, some single engine time from years ago, and just a ton of simulation stuff, and learn a lot from the guys on here. A bunch of the people that are in this chat room have real world experience and good sim experience. And so yeah, if you keep browsing these channels, especially a lot of these X-Plane streams have a lot of real world pilots that you'll see quite often. Well, I say that because I know a lot of them and I browse them more than I do the FSX stuff. So, all right, doing 75.
Transition mode 3 arrival. Maintain 3,000. Expect 11,000 5 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 118.8. Squawk 4531.
50 from Army uniform is clear to Santa Monica Airport.
Yeah, I got a lot of mileage out of this iMac, but
That is one departure.
I didn't. I'm on 10.36. That was like the final line. When I tried 10.42,
3,000 out.
and it was about a 10 frame rate drop, even though I had the same identical settings. I just think maybe it's the extra processing that goes on for the higher weather altitude, or the higher altitude weather, rather the winds and stuff. We're doing 70. Cross the numbers here.
Kimo 3 arrival for Army uniform.
This thing down in the center line.
Advise report of uniform is correct.
Yeah, a little high. Now we're gonna float this thing.
Burbank clear and Duke 626 November IFR to Santa Maria for Turbo Duke.
34 feet per minute. Still in the touchdown zone. Not too bad. Gonna taxi out on the left side here. Looks like there's more cool stuff to see.
66 November, Burbank, clearance and request.
And we are off at Alpha 4. Stop right about here.
San Luis Towers, Cessna 9 Delta Lima.
Thanks, man.
29
Yeah.
for close drop.
Came up pretty good. Okay, after landing, which will basically be flaps up. So
Or
we'll do
25
that
Delta
now.
Lewis Tower, runway 29, clear for takeoff.
Flaps
After departure,
up.
close traffic approved, report midfield.
Taxi light. I
Clear
guess
for takeoff,
strobes will come off in this case, right?
Midfield. Cessna.
I know the lights to work on my 732, but sometimes I screw that up. Okay.
Number 626 November,
tab 0.
go to Santa Maria Airport, Van Nuys to departure, Fillmore transition.
And we'll open our cow
Victor
flaps.
186 to San Marcos, then direct. Climb via sit, accept, maintain 4,000. Expect 12,000, 5 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 134.2, squawk 7221.
Clear to Santa Maria.
So we're off at Alpha
Van Nuys
4,
to departure,
and we're
Fillmore
going to go down
transition.
toward
Victor 186
Alpha over
to
here, General
San
Aviation.
Marcos.
Saw a bunch of GA airplanes
Then
parked
as
over here,
filed,
so we'll head over
climb
there.
maintain 4,000, expect 12,000, 5 minutes after departure, 134.2 and 7221 for Duke 626 November.
626 November.
And we'll
Victor,
shut it
San
down,
Marcos,
refuel
direct,
it.
Santa Maria.
Okay, San Marcos directs Santa Maria.
626 November is correct. Number 975 Alpha Romeo, contact Los Angeles Center 126.35. We'll see.
Palomar Tower, Bonanza 576, Tango Bravo is on Alpha 4, and request taxi to parking.
576 Tango Bravo, taxi parking via Alpha. Remain this frequency.
Remain this frequency via Alpha to parking 576 Tango Bravo, thanks. So
Number 711 Alpha Foxtrot, expect the visual approach, runway 21.
Expect visual runway 21. Would it be possible to have the VOR approach, sir?
Number 711 Alpha Foxtrot, I have quest, expect.
Torrance ground, November 7791 Papa.
Number 7791 Papa, Torrance, go ahead.
91 Papa would like taxi to the active for VFR.
we should stay on center line if we're going to go looking at the side of the airplane here.
The weather, and I am over near Chop, Alpha Chop.
Number 7791 Papa, right, taxi by Alpha Juliet.
Alpha Juliet 29 right for 91 Papa.
7791 Papa, right, taxi via Alpha and Juliet.
Yeah, I see fuel trucks over there.
Thanks, 91 Papa.
Number 5758 Quebec, contact SoCal approach 134.2.
San Luis Tower, Cessna 9 Delta Lima midfield.
So we'll pull in over here.
Number 259 Lima, runway 29, clear for the Alpha.
And
Wait for the option 29.
I'm going to turn over here.
Number 5758 Quebec, SoCal approach. Burbank altimeter 29906.
See cars parked up there. Let's go swing around here and park. So we can just pull right back out.
Number 711 Alpha Foxtrot.
Alright, we'll utilize this spot, even though technically it's really not a spot, I guess.
Landing
But
4,500, 711 Alpha Foxtrot.
cool.
And we're 711 Alpha Foxtrot. Not sure why you were below 5,000 feet. You were not given a descent.
So yeah, this oops. If you're not familiar with the reality expansion pack, real simple. Just hit the side of the screen, brings up the checklist, which is pretty convenient actually. Gotta just get used to it, as opposed to having to target this button. This will bring it up too. This top button, knee board. But I kind of like the feature. I got used to it. Actually, like for like half an hour when I first got it, I'm like, why does it randomly come up and randomly doesn't? And I just realized I was hitting the side of the screen. So, brakes set. Electrical equipment coming off. Throttle close. Make sure idle cut off. There we go. And magnetos. Go ahead and put those in there. Lights off. Battery alternator. We're not going to bother putting the chucks in because we're going to essentially roll on out of here. So you can, of course, refill your fuel tanks by going to your standard aircraft weight and fuel. But then what's kind of neat is if you go down over here, weight and balance, you can also fill it in here. Now by default, it comes up as kilograms, or it comes up metric. So you need to yeah, sure, you got it. I'll bring you outside in just one sec. So if you go to the plugins, because when you do the install, it also installs a menu option for SIM coders, REP, and then if you go to settings, it lets you do a checkbox for use imperial units. So if you're used to gallons and pounds and stuff like that, which I am, you can do it just like that. So we're gonna put in, let's do 35 in each. 35, and I have myself as a 200-pound pilot with a little bit of gut, and we're good there. So we're going to apply that. You'll actually see the CG shift. Actually, it didn't shift that much over there. Okay, so I applied it though. So now we should be back up, and let's have a look outside for Kinda. There you go. So, yeah, this is the Coronado Beechcraft Bonanza F33A. You also have the F35, the A36. The F35 is the V-tail, which is a cool airplane. A36 is, I guess, similar to this, with the exception of it has some more glass technology, avionics, and I'm assuming it might have a more powerful engine and capability, but I own it. I just haven't really gotten into it very much. So, yeah, it's sweet, really cool airplane. If anybody wants to jump on board at this airport, join the next leg. Let's check out what we need. Oh, that's cool. And is that that A36 you have, is that a Coronado version, or is it somebody else that makes it? Okay, so what we're going to do is this. Pretty simple. We're going to come back over here, hit KCRQ, bing, and then we're going to go to KBUR. Got that. And then we'll do it IFR. And when we go over here, where am I? There was a choice I thought that you could actually just pull directly out of here to see if there was tech route. If not, then oh yeah, here it is. Tech route exists. I guess this tells you actually if there's a tech route for this potential flight. So, I'm sorry, I got to mute this 1 sec. Let me just take this phone call. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Hopefully the connection's going okay. I just saw it sort of rip for a second. All right, so we pulled up the tech route options to go from Polomar to Burbank, and we're cruising at less than 189 knots. This is like basically it's less than 190. So we are designated as a Q code, and we have the choice of this route, altitude 6,000, and since we're a Q, P would be non-jet, 190 knots or greater, but that's not us. If you were a jet, you'd be doing this route, or we could do this one too, but that's when LAX is landing, heading 090, essentially facing east, which they're not. It's the 26s, the 24s, and everything in operation today. So for those of you that have never seen this before, you got an idea. So I'm going to take this route. Simply copy it. I'm going to come up here. Oops. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to click us back onto World VFR. And we'll zoom out so we could see the route that we just flew. Alright. Oops. Okay, you can kind of see that, right? And we're just going to retype our airports, KCRQ. And we'll do KBUR. Enter that. And it looks all screwy because we have the previous routing in here. So we're going to delete it. Enter. Becomes a straight line. And now we're just going to paste in what we copied off of the tech route. And hit enter. And now it reflects the routing. And then we could put in world low. And actually see the IFR route that it took. Okay. So we got that in there. And then the next step we're going to do is actually file the flight plan. So since I still have that pasted in, I'm going to come back over here. And I'm going to paste it into the route of flight as well. Save us some typing. And we said 6,000 it told us, right? So 6,000. Cool. And then I'm going to do is hit PilotEdge. Verify everything on here before I hit enter. Looking good. File flight plan. Alright. And then we come up on the PilotEdge map. And we find ourselves off to the right here in the list. It should update. So let's see, where's 576 Tango Bravo? Here it is. CRQ to BUR, so that's good. Alright, so now I know that they have it. Okay. So let's check and see. Just want to make sure that there is no departure procedure. So we have that, and McLennan. Is it under McLennan? Maybe it's Polomar. Palomar. Palmdale. Palm Springs. Oceanside, Ontario, Needles. Well, if they want me to do something, I'll do something, but I don't see it right now. Alright. No big deal. We'll put that away for now. Okay, cool. So, I have that in. Oh, okay. And the other place I'm going to put this is this route here. 6,000. And we're going to Burbank. Okay, let's get this airplane going. Engine 1 is experiencing vapor lock. Set mixture to cut off and run the electrical fuel pump for at least 30 seconds. So, engine shut down. It was hot. It's air cooled. Boiled the fuel out of the fuel lines, and now you have a bunch of potential fuel vapors sitting along the engine block and whatnot. But we'll give it a try. We'll see if it starts anyway. Might not. Okay, so coming back over here. Okay, so we're all good. Oops. Alright, so all this is good. Everything's off. Circuit breakers are in. Cowl flaps open. Light switches off. Trim switch. Fullest tank. We're going to find that, what it is in a minute. I think I set them equal. Battery. Alternator. 3/4 of a tank. Beacon light is on. And then mixture's coming full rich again. Okay. Let's see. High RPM. All set. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, it's not showing anything. Alright, so well, actually that was stupid to me. I wasn't supposed to do it that way. I was supposed to do this. Okay. And that might have just said I flooded it, but let's see. Okay, so you see how now it's telling you engine 1 is flooded with fuel. Set mixture cutoff, full throttle, crank the engine, and as soon as it starts, set mixture to full rich. Okay, so we're going to do full throttle, cutoff, and then what's going to help is to have your finger, whatever you have set for a mixture, to put it right back in, because when it starts to fire up, my experience so far has been it shuts down pretty quick if you don't put it to. There you go. Success. Yeah. Good point. Good point, Kinda. Absolutely. Which I finally did. Alright. So we're up and running. And you can even see as a result. Hold on, let's look. No. Okay. Sometimes if you run the starter for a long time, you'll see that the battery, the ammeter here will show you that you have to charge the battery more, but it's looking fine. Alright, so we're good there. Let's head back over here. Throttle's at 1,000 RPMs. Oil pressure's looking good. No external power. It's charging. Lights, good there. Okay, avionics coming on.
VFR.
Flaps are up. Okay, so let's set our frequencies. So let's go ahead and let's have a look. Okay, there's a clearance
Roger,
delivery
turn
here,
left
so we're going to use that, 134.85.
like Houston. Right, 2921, Condo approach, 128.1.
Alright. And I'm going to call in and make sure that... yeah, I did, Kinda. I used the website portion of it to do it. I used to do it through the sim, but I actually like it better through the website whenever possible. Okay, let's listen to the weather.
2.12. Altimeter 29904.
29904.
Visual approach runway 24, in use. Departing runway 24.
2921, SoCal
Read
approach.
back all
Good
runway
afternoon,
assignments
John Wayne,
and
altimeter
hold short
29905.
instructions. Advise on initial contact you have Romeo. McClellan Palomar information Romeo. 0053 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 8. Sky clear below 1,000. Temperature 20.
Okay, so ground is 121.8. We have that there is very convenient as well. So let's go 121. Alright. And then we'll get the tower frequency going. Which is, I think, 118.6. I think I still have that in there, actually.
9 to 10
Yeah.
o'clock, 5 miles,
Okay.
VFR aircraft southbound indicating 5,500.
What else do we need? We're going to look at the basic route. So, where am I? Okay. All right, cool. So, coming out of McLennan Polinar, I should have looked up Carlsbad for that departure procedure. So, just to see. Let's do that. Okay, so is there one? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'll pull it up so we can all read it. Okay, so out of Carlsbad, McLennan Palomar. Palomar. I'm gonna fix that. Departure procedure. Takeoff minimums for runway 6 is 1,400 foot ceilings or 2 miles. That's what you need to do to fly out of here IFR. We have that. But if you didn't, you could take off in standard conditions with a one-engine airplane. That would be at least 1 mile visibility, as long as you can maintain a minimum climb gradient of 260 feet per nautical mile to 2,100. But we're taking off runway 24. So there is nothing for runway 24. However, departure procedure. Runway 24, climb runway heading to 2,800. All airplanes otherwise climb on course. So, yeah, instead of just climbing up to, let's say, 1,000 feet above, it looks like you have to climb at least to 2,800. Although I don't know what was our elevation here. We're looking like we're reading 300, so maybe 1,300 would be 1,000 feet off the elevation. We have to climb to 2,800, unless they tell us otherwise. All right, cool. So I'm going to put in 6,000 here for now, but they might give us a different initial altitude. And I'm anticipating about that. And we're about ready to call this in. Okay. Oh, wait. Come to
698 Juliet, SoCal approach. Good evening. Number 698 Juliet, Ontario altimeter 29906. I have your request.
Okay, Palomar clearance. Palomar clearance, Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo, information Romeo IFR to Burbank.
For 576 Tango Palomar clearance on request.
Okay, clearance on request. Oops. I meant to go outside of the airplane while we're waiting.
For 576 Tango Bravo to the Burbank Airport via right turn heading 250, radar vectors Oceanside, then as filed. Maintain 3,000 to 6,000 5 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 119.6, squawk 352.
I didn't get the whole thing there. 576 Tango Bravo cleared to Burbank. Heading 250 on departure, the vectors to Oceanside, then is filed. Climb maintain 3,000, 6,000, 5 minutes after departure. Got at departure on 119.6, and the only numbers I got on the transponder was 352.
For 576 Tango Bravo, squawk 3542, 3542.
Squawk 3542, 576 Tango Bravo.
We're 7791 traffic 12,
Okay.
correction 11, 10 to 11 o'clock, 2 miles, VFR aircraft eastbound at getting 5,500.
Alright, let's go ahead and plug that in there. It's got 3,000. So that's what we need. 3,000. And 3542, we already have that in there. We're still on altimeter. Altitude, rather. What else do we need? Okay.
We're 6908 Juliet, correct frets, cross KO at Adam 18,000 and 190 knots.
Only 24 for now. And we need to put in the frequency for the VOR. That would help. So, Oceanside, it's 115.3. Okay. And then after Oceanside, we will end up going on to Seal Beach, 115.7. And we're going to set those in the nav 2s as well. Okay. And we have to set our departure control frequency, and then we're ready to call in and get out of here. 119.6. Oh, we already have that in there. Okay, yeah, because we were talking to them earlier. Like, how did I get that? Okay, ground was... ground was 121.8, so I have that in there as well. Good deal. Okay. Palomar ground, Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo is over by Alpha, ready to taxi with information Romeo.
576 go Bravo, runway through, correction, runway 24 taxi by Alpha.
Your taxi via Alpha, Alpha 1, runway 24, 576 Tango Bravo. which is like right there. Nice.
Niner 75 Alpha Roma SoCal approach. Ontario altimeter 29996.
Okay. Alright, switch over to tower. Let's get these going.
Niner 75 Alpha Romeo traffic 12 o'clock 4 miles. VFR aircraft northbound at getting 12,600.
Palomar Tower, Bonanza 576, Tango Bravo is at Alpha 1, runway 24, ready for takeoff.
.576 Tango Bravo. Palomar Tower, runway 24, takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24, 576, Tango Bravo.
Niner 75 Alpha Romeo, not in effect.
Alright. Oops. That turning radius is a little weak right now. Okay, here we go. 70 knots, we're gonna rotate. Okay, positive rate. Just coming up. Heading selects coming on. 250 on the heading. Yeah, we're more than 400 feet above AGL. And now that we're climbing through 500, above 500, we're going to go to 25 inches. Oops. And 2500.
Okay. 576, take a contact SoCal departure.
Contact SoCal departure 576 Tango Bravo. No kidding, Rob. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. SoCal departure, Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo 1,900 for 3,000.
Number 576 Tango Bravo, SoCal departure, radar contact. Climb and maintain 6,000.
Climb maintain 6,000, 576 Tango Bravo.
Number 975 Alpha Romeo, cross KO out of maintain 8,000 and 290 1 at 990 knots. Expect the visual 20 right approach.
Yeah, no kidding. I guess especially if you had those tanks with some fuel on board. So if they're going to fly us...
576 Tango Bravo, turn right heading 320. When able, clear direct ocean side, resume navigation.
We're heading 320, direct ocean side, 576 Tango Bravo. Alright, cool.
Number
So
77
pretty much going to turn right onto this.
135.4. Good day.
Alright.
6908
7 miles to go to Oceanside.
Vector's final approach course. Contact SoCal approach 128.1.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just let it speed up a little bit more. Okay.
For 626 November, Cal approach. Correction. Santa Barbara approach. Good evening. I have your request. And Santa Barbara altimeter. Santa Barbara altimeter 3009. We're 5756 to go. Correction, number 576 to go Bravo traffic, 12 o'clock, 4 miles, VFR aircraft southbound, indicating 3,500.
Southbound traffic. I think that was for me. This is obviously, well, 3,500. Yeah, traffic in sight, 576 Chamber. We should be above, no problem. Look at that.
576 Tango Bravo, additional traffic.
Coming right off our...
3 o'clock, 2 miles, northbound VFR aircraft, indicating 4,500.
Here he goes. It was actually pretty decent flyby there.
Number 698 Juliet, going to maintain 5,000. Number 82921, Dex SoCal approach 135.4.
Yeah.
For 82922.
Yeah, I would imagine you'd want to drain those tanks out first, Rob. Kinda, it's if you do some research on G2XPL, you'll see how you can basically come up with this. That's one way. There's another one called Ortho 4XP. And if you go on the xplane.org,
Contact LA Center 125.27. Good day.
x-plane.org, then there's like these, you go to the scenery development forum and there's like instructions on how to do it and, you know, official support threads. It's pretty cool. And it doesn't cost anything. It's a donationware. I don't know about Ortho 4XP, but it's for the G2XPL. Apparently, from what I'm reading, G2XPL is a little easier to set up than the other one. So I guess they both have their trade-offs. Yeah, man, sure. Oh, you know what I gotta do? I gotta start my time. And then I gotta remember to check my time. So we've been flying for at least 5 minutes. So at 15 minutes on my timer, I'm gonna change my fuel tanks. So after we cross the VOR, which could be in just a minute.
It's going to maintain 3,000.
Oops, wrong map. Okay.
7791 Pop Air Services terminated.
So we're crossing over Oceanside. We're going to go outbound on the 301 radial. Okay. So we're about to cross it now. Hey Sean, how's it going? Thanks for checking at the flight here. Alright, so we're tuning in 301. Now, here's a little tip that I found works pretty well. I was occasionally noticing that, you know, I would like sometimes just set my OBS to my next course and eyeball it, you know, it's number 301. But I found that if I digitally display the OBS setting, you can precisely set it down to the degree, and then you end up over the fixes like more precisely. So we got to intercept that. So let's do about like a 20-degree cut since we just crossed the VOR. Because yeah, sometimes I'd look on the map, you know, on the X-plane local map, and I'd be like 3 miles off of the intersection, even though my instruments said I was over it. So, you know, depending on how long the radial was and stuff. So I found out that helps a lot. I mean, in reality, you don't have to bother doing that. You can just eyeball it, because the airways have a tolerance built in for that kind of thing. Alright, whoops. About to overshoot here.
3-5 Whiskey Mike, Oxford. Number 3-5 Whiskey Mike, stay by.
I think we're at 6,000. Okay, we gotta keep this at 23. And let's go ahead and bring that down to 2,300.
698 Juliet heading 080.
Okay, and then we gotta lean it out. I'm gonna just mute this and take this. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Depart KO heading 210, contact SoCal approach 128.1. Five 76, take a Bravo contact, so approach 128.1. Three 372 Kilo Mike. Limburg clearance.
Yeah, right. Sorry about that. Cool. So, yeah, I was in the middle of trying to lean out the mixture here. It's peaked. Cool. Cool, we're buzzing along. We're about 10 miles outside of Oceanside. We got Peter coming in on the frequency now. Our next VOR is Seal Beach, which is 115.7. So we'll set that up on the nav too. 115.7. And the actual radio that we'll be flying inbound on is the 120 radio. But we're going in the opposite direction, so that's 300. So we'll just go ahead and set that up on this one. 300. Okay. And that made the digital readout up here made it real easy, as opposed to, you know, having to zoom in like that and try to look at it square. Because the 3D instruments, if you're looking at it from an angle, will kind of skew how it sets up. So anyway, so the halfway point will switch over. So the total distance between the two VORs is depicted as, where is that box? 45 miles. So let's call it like 22.5 miles. We'll switch over. So we have 14.5 right now and humming along at a ground speed. 177 knots.
You don't need to say your IFR on every second. You already know that. Advise when you have to set them on a window.
So I think we have some time to enjoy the outside view some more.
Number 504 from you can expect that to then maintain 6,000. Number 608 Juliet, 4 miles from Snake, turn right turn heading 170, maintain 3000 till 7th on the localizer, cleared ILS for reaching 600 roads.
There you go. Pretty nice view. This airport with all those.
576 singular traffic, 1 o'clock, 2 miles VFR target southbound on gate 5500, report in sight.
Roger, we'll report in sight traffic 576 Tango Bravo.
There's a guy at Lindbergh that seems clearing Vegas.
So 1 o'clock.
Bird 372, you might say equipment something. It's several things, unfortunately. That's the answer to my question. If your GPS aren't empty,
I don't see any traffic. I have a hard time spotting traffic in PilotEdge most of the time. Unless it's right in my face, where the lights are pretty obvious on it.
You
have a pretty high resolution monitor too. I think with that it would help. But either that or my eyes just suck.
To the mic feedback, correct.
Ooh, little weather change. Got a little soupy out. $22 miles. Just about to switch over to Seal Beach. Chevy, how you liking the, I think you recently changed your weather engine, right? Or not weather engine, but I guess the type of weather that you're running. Yeah, that's one disadvantage kind of the weather in explaining it is the rapid changes. Unfortunately. Alright, switching over to Seal Beach. Got that. Got that at 300. Okay. Oh, cool. Nice. No, I was asking how you like the weather, the newest weather package that you bought for X-Plane. Okay, so let's see, we are inbound. 2 Seal Beach. When we cross Seal Beach, it'll be 272 outbound. So we'll go ahead and put that in the nav 272.
Basic 26 November, contact center Raytown.
Okay. So we have that set up, and then now we have a extra frequency bank we can dial in, and that's going to be okay. Yeah, that's right. You were running that on the whatchamacallit. Area chart. Okay. Yeah, you're running that on the Windows side of your Mac. I forgot that. And it's got borderline IFR here, basically. It's probably marginal VFR still, but. Hey, Jared, how you doing? Thanks for jumping on. We're currently IFR on our way to IFR flight plan on our way to Burbank. Flying, flying along in the Bonanza F33A Coronado with the reality expansion pack made by SimCoders. I should put that in my topic. Hey, Disgraced. What's going on, man? How are you? We're on our way to Burbank. Did the VFR portion a little while ago, and now we're heading on down to Burbank IFR. And then it actually got pretty hazy out, so and I didn't have any. I don't think I had any VOD interruptions, or maybe one. So maybe it'll make a nice video. Okay, 11 miles. And let's see. So technically, the route that we filed. So it's Oceanside, Victor 23 to Popper, and then basically we're going to ride the 125 radial inbound to Santa Monica, over Santa Monica, outbound on the 311 radial to Silex, and then I'm going to request the ILS to runway 8. Well, actually, maybe we'll make it interesting. We'll do the request a VOR with the full transition, or basically the VOR out of Van Nuys. Well, I don't know. I'll have to look at the approach. I don't even know if I can do that. Let's have a look. We'll pull that up in a second.
Left or right for you,
Jared, no, I have not. I have not flown that airplane. I have the King Air 200, and even that one I don't really fly. I just haven't taken the time to learn it. Looks like a cool airplane, though. I got clear again. I can enjoy the scenic view once again. Kinda, yes we will. Unless they somehow change our routing, we will be flying right over Los Angeles International. These are the high definition HD clouds 2.0, but they are the light version. I call them the low fat version. So, but they still look nice. An improvement over the X-Plane version.
504 number uniform, descend and maintain 4,000.
Oh, that's cool. Three miles to go, and we'll be going crossing over Seal Beach, heading outbound on the 272 radial. Some traffic out there. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 airplanes. I shouldn't even bother chasing that.
Taxi park via Bravo.
There goes the CDI. Speed's about to drop to 0. 272.
We're 626 on the protected parking via Alpha getting.
Whoa. Okay. We'll pause there. It was like strike a pose. Got some traffic looking like it's coming in and out of some traffic over here. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's John Wayne. There's been a lot of traffic at John Wayne tonight. It's definitely a very popular airport. Where's John? No, we already passed John Wayne. I'm not sure what that is. I think we passed John Wayne, didn't we? Yeah.
For 504 November uniform.
Yeah, for sure, Jarrett. Ooh, I must be taking a little bit of a frame rate hit. Blah.
The last aircraft calling in entry taken.
Let's hope it doesn't continue. Okay, so let's make sure that we stay on top of this. Here's what's happening next. We are currently flying outbound for 12 miles until we cross Popper. And then we're going to have to go inbound on the 125 radial into Santa Monica. So 110.8. So we're going to put that in here. 110.8.
372 kilo to California radar contact. Contact Los Angeles Center 125.65.
125.65, good day.
And then we're putting in 110.8 in here.
Venue into Hemet Ryan Airport, Port IFR cancellation, intermittent approaches, frequency, frequency to advisory for 6142 kilo, contact Santa Barbara State delivery.
Okay. And then let's turn a little bit to get back on course there. Whoops. And it's the inbound of the 125, which
the aircraft I gave them to you talked about it say again, so let's say again.
Would be what? 305? Okay, so we have that set up correct. Right? Yeah, good.
Yeah, no problem. I actually already gave that to you.
Yeah, let's check. Okay, yeah, so we got some more. Yeah, we can see this guy looks like he's low. I know. Yeah, I think that's an airport right there. Got another airplane. 3.
For 576 Tango Bravo contact SoCal approach 134.9.
134.9 or 576 Tango Bravo. Okay.
And departure. What was it? Center controller.
134.9 or
372 kilo Mike 125.65.
125.65. Thank you.
Price. I'm reading for Santa Monica Tower, runway 21, clear to land.
SoCal approach, but it's 576 Tango Bravo, level 6000.
For 576 Tango Bravo, SoCal approach, Los Angeles, Alpha 29905.
29905, 6 Tango Bravo. Okay. Oops. There we go. Got a few clouds floating around here. Okay, so 12 miles. And watch this. I'm guessing that this is centered. So we're going over to 305. I'm going to put this on 305 as well. I'll get some traffic up high over here. Okay. let's go ahead and change the frequency over to 110.8 and intercept and enjoy some passing clouds. Gives a nice 3D effect. I don't use SkyMax myself. So unfortunately, I can't really give you any good advice there. I think Chevy, who was just here, he's used SkyMax a bunch of times. I'm not sure what version he's actually using though. And he used it on the Mac, so I don't know if that would help you either. Okay, so we got 10 miles to go to Santa Monica, and then we go outbound. So we're going inbound on the 125 radial. And then when we cross Santa Monica VOR, we go outbound on the 311 radial, which you can actually see over here. And that takes us to Silex. Yeah, that's definitely been the case. I agree. Disgrace from what I've seen. I haven't used it myself, but...
Okay, go ahead and request. I'm busy. You probably got stepped on by somebody else, so I couldn't hear you say your request. We're tying up the radio now.
Okay, let's have a quick look at the approaches.
For 3.42 kilo, same type aircraft. And your cruise altitude. 10,000 not a valid VFR cruising altitude.
Let's see, VOR.
Either 9,500 or 11.5. 10,500 is valid. It's either 95 or 11.5. Kilo on departure fly runway heading. Maintain VFR for below 1,500. Departure frequency 120.55. Squawk 6420.
So Cal approach Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo.
642 kilo read back correct. Number 372 kilo Mike, I think your parts are seconds there. Climb maintain puddle 330 stay altitude. For 504, remember uniform, I'm 0 beyond the mist, fly heading 250, contact SoCal approach 125.2.
Oh, inner marker.
Reform uniform, fly heading 250. 135 Whiskey Mike, contact SoCal approach 134.2.
I don't know if you heard.
576 Tango Bravo, go ahead.
Yeah, 576 Tango Bravo. We're just requesting the VOR runway 8 out of Santa Monica feeder route if possible.
For 576 Tango Bravo, runway 10.
Alright, cool.
Number 303 Whiskey Bravo, runway 25, clear for the opposite.
Let me get the weather for him too.
Advise on initial contact you have Victor.
Victor! Perfect timing.
For 576 Tango Bravo, cross Santa Monica at 6,000, VOR runway 8 approach.
Cross Santa Monica VOR and approach VOR runway 8 approved, and we have information Victor.
Someone was calling for taxi taken.
Alright, so once we cross Santa Monica, let's see, instead of doing the we can get rid of this for now. 311, we're going to go outbound on the 317 radial, and we can descend down to 4,400. And since he cleared me for the approach, I don't even have to report it.
435 Whiskey Michael, SoCal approach for ring call 960.
So we're going to wait for our 2 from flip. I'm going to start slowing us down a little bit.
Aircraft calling in entrance taken.
Okay, and 317.
Verify the airport and uniform, SoCal approach, better stay in 10.
And let's go ahead and turn. And let's go ahead and put our 4,400.
And then report, I mean, we're not on the public list approach, so you can't hold. There's nowhere to hold to. What are your intentions for your next approach?
I shouldn't have taken such an aggressive bite. Okay. Descent rate.
For report, I mean, report direct stadium, hold east of stadium level. FJS north stadium. And if you're planning to do to miss and want something,
Let's go ahead and
let us
put
know
our
before the approach.
cowl
If
flaps
guys
in.
know you want to
Keep
do
the
to
engine
miss, maybe I will
toasty,
decide
but not
to
too
watch the
cold.
approach.
Hey, Bonanza. How's it going? Good to see you, man. We're going to shoot the VOR runway 8 into Burbank. So we just picked up the feeder route out of... feeder route out of Santa Monica. Yeah, you know it. You know it, Kinda. I knew it. I never switched my fuel tank. Hey, Bonanza, let me ask you this. When you switch your fuel tanks from left to right, right to left, do you turn on the auxiliary fuel pump before you do that? 'Cause it's not in the checklist, but... Not in the POH, but at least I didn't see it. I know in the Warrior, I used to fly occasionally. The checklist called for switching the... turning on the electric fuel pump before you switch, so... Wasn't sure if that would be in this airplane as well. Okay, so let's have a look at the approach. We are flying on the 317 radial for 14 miles, which we've already done a few. Okay, cool. And when we cross Canogue, we're going to do a parallel entry for the course reversal. So we're going to outbound 255. I should put in 113.1 in the nav. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, 113.1. No. I have no idea what I was on before. Okay. I think it was 119.6. Not that I'm going to need it.
Remember taxi parking VFR across runway 15 right, runway 15 left.
Alright. We're 8 miles. We're 9 miles out.
614 Kilo Santa Barbara Tower, runway 25.
Cross country. You talking about the charts that I'm using right now? Or...
576 Tango Bravo, contact SoCal approach 134.2.
134.2, 576 Tango Bravo. Alright. Get a little bumpy. SoCal approach 576 Tango Bravo, level 4,400. Should have told him I'm on the VOR.
For 576 Tango SoCal approach.
Okay, so... And then actually we're going to put in 118.7. Oh, no, yeah, these are just these are actually the FAA charts. Okay, so let's have a look. So yeah, we're gonna go from blah, blah, blah. So we're heading out 317 radial, 14.5 miles. We will be over Canogue. At that point, we will make a turn to 255 radial and fly for 1 minute. And then at that point, we can also descend down to 3,700, 255 outbound. We'll then flip back around and be inbound 075 off to intercept the radial. And then fly inbound 075 At which point we'll hold that until we cross Canogue. 3,200. We'll do that as we go. Very cool. So our distance is 13.4. Oh, let me put in, what was it? Yeah, they definitely followed suit. Jepson is a nice product. If I could install it on my Mac, I would. You can do it on the iPad, but come on, get over to 3,700, you bastard.
For 6142 kilo, cancel altitude restriction, resume own navigation.
It's hard to set these knobs when you're bouncing around. Okay. Alright, so let's make that turn. Whoops, wrong way. 255. And 075. And we can begin that turn, that descent. And our temperatures are looking good. I think I still have the cowl flaps in from earlier. Yes, I do. Oh, and let me reset my time. Okay. All right. Yeah, I saw that, Bonanza. It's you must be psyched. Temperature's getting... We're probably going to get a warning soon. I'm running a little hot. Usually right around... Oops. Right around when the cylinder head temperature gets to about 200. Starts giving me a message up here. Okay, we're at 3,700 and the time is almost 1 minute. We have 10 seconds to go. I'm going to keep it right around 120. Ah, nice. That's right. I remember you mentioned that. You're even more you're even more psyched now. Okay, we're 1 minute. Hey Marlos, what's happening? I was a little delayed on the turn. I'm wondering if you're even going to cross through the radial, or are we just going to end up right on it with this turn?
Number 614 Taylor, you can resume your own navigation and cancel your altitude. You can go where you want and you can climb.
It's not even active yet. I might have to shallow it out. I can't believe I was that delayed.
Bird 35 was contact SoCal approach 128.1.
Over to 281, that was Mike. Thanks.
Ah, what a dumbass. I wonder why. That's why you're supposed to do this. Wouldn't have happened if I checked it.
35 Whiskey Mike, SoCal approach, to the path expression is approved, augment altimeter center.
Alright, now it's confirmed. Glad I caught that early enough. I would have been flying right back over to the hills. Not that we wouldn't have seen it, but still. Peter would have been like, where you going? Alright, so let's pull the power back when I start slowing down.
6 mile right 45, runway 20 right.
And
right now it's about your 1 o'clock at 9 miles. You may need to, if you need to spiral to descend down, that's fine as well.
Okay, our cowl flaps are closed. And what else do we have here? I should take a bigger intercept into that. there. Okay. So our next altitude that we're going to go to is 3,200 when we cross Canogue, which would be 5.1 miles out from the VOR. Here it comes, coming inbound. And put this at 3,200. Do that. That'll do. Oh, cool. Yeah, that must be a nice indication then. That they're getting close. Some nice bumpiness going on here. Can you see the crosswind crab going on?
576 Bravo, contact Burbank Tower, good night.
Contact Burbank Tower, 576 Tango Bravo, thanks. And we're already at Canogue, so we might as well, Whoops. We're slow enough, I'm going to put the gear down now. Burbank Tower, Bonanza 576 Tango Bravo, inbound, inside of Canogue on the VOR runway 8 approach.
576 Tango Bravo, Bank Tower, runway 8, clear to land.
Clear land, runway 8, 576 Tango Bravo.
John Wayne Tower, Lancer 35 Whiskey Mike, over Huntington Pier at 3,500.
Look at this. Look at this crab angle. I'm not even getting onto the localizer. Onto the...
John Wayne Tower.
Oh, let's check something out real quick. We have...
Right downwind for 20
Let's
right.
refresh this page.
Midfield downwind for 35 Whiskey Mike.
What the heck just happened there? 3403 and 35014. So, oh, we're real slow. That's what you get for looking at the at the wrong chart at the wrong time. Okay, so once we cross Van Nuys, we're going to descend down to 1340. Sorry guys, I'm not on the chat as much. Yeah, this is a really nice panel. It was 1340, right? Right. Alright, let's put this on the 089 is the inbound course. I'll just show you that real quick. So it's 089 is the inbound. So we're going to put that right on there right now. Okay. Browse forward. Make sure full rich. I'm gonna retrim. Excuse me. 18. Where am I at now? Okay. There we go. So I have a feeling that
John
depending
Wayne
on-
Tower, 5 Whiskey Mike is midfield for right downwind, 20 right.
depending on how quick
35 Whiskey Mike. Or
the weather loads in, this wind might just suddenly drop
Little
off.
20 right, 35 Whiskey Mike.
It's already kind of calming down, but the winds were pretty heavy over Van Nuys and not so much over Burbank.
SoCal approach, Cheers 504 Norma Uniform would like to cancel IFR.
Gotta open the call flaps. Okay, here's 1350. A little slow. I'm going to say to approach at 70, I guess crossing the fence, but alright, we're going to transition now, getting down again. Cool, you can see a shadow on the grass there. A little steep. Ooh, 59.
John Wayne Tower, Lansing Air 35 Whiskey Mike's clear of 20 right at Golf, going to Signature West.
35 Whiskey Mike, taxi via Bravo, monitor ground.
Taxi via Bravo, and we'll monitor ground. Thanks for the help tonight. Good night.
We're 576,
We're at
taking
Bravo.
taxi parking via Delta, monitor ground.
Taxi park via Delta, monitor ground, 576 Bravo, thank you. Bring those flaps up. Alrighty then. That's open, alright, cool. And pull up over here. do a quick replay on that landing. Hopefully we don't crash. Disconnecting. All right. Very good then. Very good. Thanks, Kinda. So what's everybody doing? Anybody else interested in streaming? Or anybody want to jump in on this? Do another flight somewhere? I'm open for anything. Anybody want to jump in on a GA or a 732 flight, airliner flight? Looks like we touched down right about there. Okay. Well, next time cross country, definitely, man. Disgraced, what are you up to, Bonanza? You guys doing any flying tonight, or if you guys want to stream? Okay, that's cool. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna let's see what's going on. I think I'm going to do, since nobody else is saying they want to stream right now. Oh yeah, no problem, Disgraced. I understand. Okay, cool. I am going to then switch airplanes to a yeah, gotcha, Disgraced. Is that your pilot buddy that had the ear problem, or another friend? Okay, let's see if we can successfully switch airplanes without crashing. We'll depart out of this airport in the beautiful Delta 732 widget. Cool, Kenda. Alright, so far so good. And location, we'll just go over to gate 8. Oh, I hope that was still at Burbank and I didn't just switch me back over to Apple Valley. I have a feeling I just switched to Apple Valley and that's going to take a while to load. That sucks. Maybe not. We are at, okay. But that was quick, so hopefully it'll switch over just as quick back over to Burbank. KBUR. Runway. Gate 88. All right. Good sign. Sweet. Looks like, okay. Excellent. So, we're located over here in the FlyJSim 732. I'm sure most people here are familiar with that airplane. And let's go ahead and figure out what we're going to do. Pretty simple flight. We'll shoot over to Vegas. It's a nice short flight with a lot of action going on. So let's do this. And this. Well, looks like PilotEdge is getting kind of quiet. It was really cranking before. Alright, so we're going to come over here and we're going to switch our airplane. F76. And it is a B732. Technically it's slant whiskey. KBUR. Yes. We'll do it at 20. Let's see if we can get up to 29,000. Might not even get up that high. Whoops. Not 290,000. And we'll call this 470. Alright, and it's going to be VNY2 DAG CLAR 2. It's a pretty cool little route, and if they give you the full thing and you can do it, Slant Alpha, it's definitely a cool challenge of a flight. The departure procedure is like complicated. So, alright. KLAS.
330 at 3. Visibility 10. Sky clear below 12,000. Temperature to 7. Dew point -1. Altimeter 29907. Visual approach runway 8, in use. 4 stacks visual approach runway 15 in use. Departing runway 15. 8. Read back all runway assignments, and hold short instructions. Land and hold short operations in effect. All VFR departures, contact clearance delivery with your aircraft type, initial heading, and requested cruise altitude. Advise on initial contact you have Victor. Burbank Airport information Victor. 0153 Zulu. Line 330 at 3. Visibility 10. Sky clear below 12,000.
Excuse me.
Temperature to 7. Dew point -1. Altimeter 29907. Visual approach runway 8, in use. 4 stacks visual approach runway 15 in use. Departing runway 15. 8. Read back all runway assignments, and hold short instructions. Land and hold short operations in effect. All VFR departures.
Sorry, I'll shut that off in a minute.
Delivery with your aircraft type, initial heading, and requested cruise altitude. Advise on initial contact you have Victor. Burbank Airport information Victor. 0153 Zulu. Line 330 at 3. Visibility 10. Sky clear below 12,000. Temperature to 7. Dew point -1. Altimeter 29907. Visual approach runway 8, in use. 4 stacks visual approach runway 15 in use. Departing runway 15. 8. Read back all runway.
Okay, so what do we got? We got, let's go ahead and pull up the actual departure. Whoops. Alright, I think that makes sense. There we go. And let's go ahead and open up that. Open up VNI's 2, new tab. VNI's 2, continued new tab. And we'll even pull this up like that. So we got that. And full screen. Rotate clockwise. There we go. And then we need the KLAR 2. Okay, and then we're going to pull up the airport diagram in a new tab. And this window will serve as the approach chart window, whichever approach they end up giving us. Cool. Okay, so basically what we're doing is we are going to take off and file this departure procedure, which if they give us 1-5, climbing right turn to 210 degrees, expect radar vectors to Van Nuys. Then, if we get the Daggett transition, we'll fly from over Van Nuys VOR on the 255 radial to, let's see. That's interesting. It says from over Van Nuys on the 255 radial and LAX 323 to Twine. This is Van Nuys 2 departure, right? Yeah, look at this. Huh. That's got to be a typo. Because basically what it is, I guess they're skipping the word Ipaho, but it's technically you're flying from Van Nuys to Ipaho onto the 323 radial to Twine. So they just left that part off. Then we're going to go on the 046 radial out of Ventura to Lang. And once we're over Lang, we're going to ride inbound on the 2818 radial to Palmdale. And then from Palmdale, 067 radial to Ether, and then, or Ether. And then on the 238 radial, again, 058 course to Daggett. And then we'll pick up the KLAR 2. So, there we go. And top altitude not assigned yet. So, departure is 124.6. I don't know if they're going to give us that, but we'll just go ahead and write that in there. Alright. Let's get in this airplane and get it going. So, just going to work this off of memory. Okay, battery's coming on. Oh, maybe we should check our weight and balance. 500 miles. Let's go to like 60% would be more than enough in each one. Okay. 600, yes. Okay, battery is on and position light on battery. we go. Okay, APU. Oh, left aft fuel pump and APU. There we go. Oh yeah. Fired it up. Okay, so exhaust gas temperature's coming up. And we're going to see the APU generator light come on shortly. There it is. Let's go ahead and turn that on. Okay, good deal. We have some fan action going on. Yaw damper. Galley power. Emergency exit lights. No smoking. Window heat. And we have our air supply. Let's switch it over to passenger cabin. Sorry. I was on my other computer for a second. So, where are we? Okay. Passenger cabin. Let's get the Gasper fan going.
Kilo Mike, visual runway 1
and since we're operating off of the APU, which will feed air through the left pack, we'll just turn on the left pack.
1 left clear to land, 2 Kilo Mike.
Engine bleeds on. APU bleed air, and now we're going to see some pressure coming up. So now everybody should be happy. They're getting air back to the cabin. And if we were to stare at this temperature, you'll even see the temperature come down. Especially when it's hot out. Okay. We're going to go to 29,000 feet. Our landing airport is, I think, around 2,200. We'll double check that, but let me just put that in there. Okay, and it's set to ground for now, so that's fine. Then we're going to go to our flight director. And we're going to put that on heading mode. Pitch command. The checklist actually calls for just the pitch command to be turned to the 1 o'clock position. Actually full clockwise, which doesn't seem to really work too well. It will put you into a stall if you did that. But sometimes it doesn't let you turn this without this being on the heading mode. It's like a variable for some reason, so I just always turn it on. Anyway, flight instruments, check. And if we came back over here, have a quick look at what was that altimeter setting, 299.7. So we can dial that in. Okay. If we wanted to listen to our test of our proximity sounds and whatnot, you can put that.
50, top of the midfield, 131 right.
Okay.
450 Romeo, pop 31 right, clear for the option.
Clear for the option, 50 Romeo.
Alright, got that set. And let's go ahead and set our comms up now. So we need to call in on clearance delivery 118.0. So we're going to put that in there. There we go. Okay. So So we got 118.0. Ground is 123.9. Might as well put that in there now too. Alright, that's all set. So let's go ahead and get our clearance. Actually, yeah, let's get the clearance. Make sure that we are getting that departure procedure, which I'm like 95% sure, but we might as well call in and get it. Okay. Actually, duh. I'm glad I stopped myself there. Didn't actually follow the flight plan, did I? Let's double check. We got everything in there. 470, airplane's all set, cruising altitude. Can't remember if I did this or not, but we're going to do it anyway. It won't hurt it to do it twice, so. Alright, there we go. Just double checking. Yeah, we probably did do it, but hey. Alright.
Number 6142 Kilo, you're currently heading towards restricted airspace. What are your intentions regarding that airspace? Number 6140 Kilo, the airspace goes up to unlimited, so you're not going to be able to go over it. Turn right heading 110 vectors around it. Number 6140 Kilo, heading 110.
Burbank clears. Delta 576, information Victor, IFR to Las Vegas.
An aircraft calling Burbank clearance, say again?
Yeah, it's Delta 576 with information Victor, IFR to Las Vegas.
Delta 576 Burbank clearance to Las Vegas to Camden Last Airport. Van Nuys 2 departure, tag transit, then it's filed. Maintain 4,000, expect flight up to 290, 1 minute after departure. Departure frequency 134.2, squawk 5122.
So the 576 clear to Las Vegas. Van Nuys 2 departure, then it's filed. Climb maintain 4,000, then 290 after departure. Cut at departure on 134.2, squawk 5122.
576 read is correct.
Okay. So it's 5122.
Field Tower, Sierra 504, Norma uniform. Inbound for landing, Sierra.
Alright, so we got that on. That's all set.
50 Romeo Papa, right 31 right, grip the option.
And I'll go ahead and put the departure frequency in 134.2.
504 November uniform. Make straight in runway 30 right, runway 30 right, clear to
Oxnard information.
Right, 30 right, clear to land, 504 Norma uniform.
372 Kilo Michael to Las Vegas, exit left, taxi to parking via Sierra Hotel, monitor ground.
Sierra Hotel, monitor ground, Challenger 2 Kilo
Alright, so we got that set. And we know now that we're getting the Van Nuys 2 departure, so let's go ahead and have a look. So here's how we set it up. First frequency we need is Van Nuys 113.1, and the course outbound from it is going to be 255. So we're going to put in 113.1, we already have it, and the course is going to be 255. Okay, then we're going to turn onto Los Angeles 323 radial 113.6 323.
881, Tango Charlie's ready on 28 right, Montgomery Field.
So I'm going to put that in. Oops, what am I doing? I don't want it on there. 113.6. And it was 323 on the nav2. So we have that set up. Cool. So now we have the nav1 HSI set, the nav2 HSI set, and we have the two frequencies. And then we're going to put in the two standbys, because we're going to need those pretty quickly in this departure. So it's the Ventura 108.2. I'm going to put that in the standby nav1. And then we need, ultimately, we're going to come inbound on Palmdale on 114.5.
Ready, 1 Tango Charlie, Montgomery Tower, go ahead.
1 Tango Charlie.
We got that all set. So now we have
Ready, 1 Tango Charlie, runway 2 right, take off.
1 Tango Charlie, 28 right, clear takeoff.
Okay, we can go ahead and turn on our radar. 4,000. Okay, we have that set. Transponder already set. Let's go ahead and look at our rest of our instrumentation. So we want to set our speed bugs, which in this airplane conveniently is done through the V card. We're going to do a flaps 10 takeoff, which will automatically set these bugs. Okay, and then we're going to set this speed cursor to V2 plus 15, which is that one right there. Trim setting is 5.16. Okay. Okay. We're not going to need a clearance for pushback because we're not pushing onto an active taxiway. However, we can go ahead and start our pushback. I can go into that. Brings up this window. And let's go ahead and set that up. So we're going to want to basically push off to this side so we can taxi out. So it's based on the left and right. It's based on pilot's orientation, which is a left, off to the pilot's left. Make life easy. We'll show ghost. That's where it's going to end up, which is too close to that fence. So we can do is decrease
Romeo Papa,
the turn,
full stop this time.
Decrease the distance,
450 Romeo Papa,
decrease the turn a touch more, decrease the distance, and it usually gets pretty close to it.
1 right to land, 50 Romeo Papa.
I'm going to read
Radar 1 Tango Charlie,
disengage the brake, hit auto,
Tango Charlie, SoCal.
and there we go. Alright. Now that that's happening, let's go ahead and get these engines going. So, turn on our fuel pumps. Hydraulics. I'm going to let everybody know that these engines are about to start up. Let's put that to there. Anti-collision is letting them know. Engines are about to start up. And we need more pressure to get these packs going. To get the engine started. So we're going to do that. And now we have enough pressure. And now that we have that, we're going to turn on that. And we're going to start to hear. Whoa. Oh, damn. That's really stupid. Okay. I have, I'm going to have to start changing how my controls are set up. There we go. I just totally like hot started the engine basically, which thankfully there's no damage model, although it would be cool if there was one. But basically, let me even make sure that the engine started. Yeah, it is running. Okay, so because I have my mixture lever set on my throttle now, I had it set weird and it basically activated it when I touched it, so it prematurely started. So let's go ahead and start the number 2 engine correctly at least. So once again, switch this to ground position. And then we're going to see... Oh, look at that. It did it again. Alright. I'll have to make a mental note for next time that I from now on have to configure my controls so that they don't do it. Here, I'll show you. Basically, if you look at these levers, which normally you have to click, they're tied in with the mixture lever, so it's kind of annoying. Alright, anyway. Engine's running. I think, right? Yeah, that was accelerated. Alright, let's have a look upstairs now. Now that the engines are running, we have generators can come on. You can see the power load was shifted from the APU to the engine generators. And at the same time, we are going to turn on our pitot heat. We're going to leave the engine cells and wing anti-ice off. And then we're going to have mercy on our passengers and turn on the air conditioning packs again. Turn off the APU bleed. Switch our pressurization to flight mode.
50 Romeo Papa, clear 31 right.
And now we can shut off our
Papa,
APU.
welcome back to Palm Springs. Where are you parking?
And we're putting these on low ignition.
Signature.
Good deal.
Air 540 Romeo. Roger, turn left on Charlie. Taxi to Signature via Charlie 1 Whiskey.
We have that set up.
Whiskey, cross runway 31
We're going to
left.
set our flaps to 10. So we're all set up there.
Charlie 1, Whiskey 1, Whiskey cross 31 left. 50 Romeo Papa.
Okay. And I think we're just about ready to roll out of here. Just going to have to get a ground clearance. Oh, let's switch to frequency. That would help. It's 123.9. All right. Burbank Grand, Delta 576 is over by gate 8. And ready to taxi with information, Victor.
Delta 576. Runway 15, taxi via Delta 1 Delta Alpha, cross runway 8.
Runway 15, Delta 1 Delta, cross runway 8, Delta 576.
576 Delta 1 Delta Alpha.
Delta 1 Delta Alpha to runway cross runway 8 for runway 15 Delta 576. Check that out now. Oh, okay. I see what he did. So we are Delta 1 right here. Delta and Alpha, and we're allowed to cross runway 8 coming that way, so we're gonna go there. Okay, cool. Makes sense to me. What's up, Kenda? Alright, so let's go back in the aircraft. Now that we're ready to taxi, we are going to put on our taxi light. We're good to go. Alright, we're rolling along here now. And here comes Alpha. I'm going to make a right on there. Very good. Cool. Okay. Let's make sure we stop in time here. Alright, so we just got to set up our final frequencies here, so we're good to go once we're airborne. Alright, so we are putting in departure frequency we already have set, and we just need the tower frequency. Oops, that was supposed to be 118.7. Okay. And 134.2 is departure, so we're set there. Burbank Tower, Delta 576 is at runway 15. Ready to take off.
Delta 576, Burbank, runway 15, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 15, Delta 576. One last thing. Trim. There we go. Okay, we're lined up. Looking good. Here we go. Forgot to set my heading up to runway heading. Okay, whoa, let's keep this thing climbing. Positive rate. Gears coming up.
Delta 576, contact departure.
Contact departure, Delta 576. Alright, we're going to turn to a heading of 210. And now we can switch to departure. SoCal departure, Delta 576, 2,700 for 4,000.
Delta 576 SoCal departure, radar contact, climb maintain 13,000, fly heading 330.
13,000 heading 330 Delta 576.
Affirmative. Rating 1 Tango to contact Los Angeles Center 125.65.
Alright. Cool, we are airborne. Okay, we're more than 3,000 feet above airport elevation. So now we're going to let this airplane start accelerating. And now that we've exceeded V2 plus 15, we're going to go to flaps 5.
Rating 1 Tango Charlie, Los Angeles Center, Imperial altimeter 2992.
And here comes 170. So we're going to go to flaps 2. 180 flaps 1. 190 flaps up. Okay, climb's resuming. Resetting climb power to about 92%. So he might be pulling us off the normal departure path. Hey Steve, what's up, man? How you doing? How you been, dude? Nice to see you. Doing a little flight to Vegas. Okay, we're gonna now accelerate to 250. And he might take us right on to... He might take us on a heading that will get us direct to Palmdale. He's kind of shortcutting it, which actually makes it easier. Most pilots would like the simplified Van Nuys 2 departure. Steve, it's been a while, man. Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's just not right. I've heard that, I've heard that a couple people I know have had that happen. It's just not right. You bust your ass. You go away on vacation. and then you get slammed being sick. Well, I hope... I don't know how far you're into your vacation. I hope you have a lot more left so that you can recover in time to enjoy some of it. Because, yeah, that just sucks. Alright, we're through 10,000, so... we can kill our landing lights and our turn-off lights. And we can now accelerate to 290. No more speed limit for us. So where are you on vacation, dude? Okay. I'm going to anticipate looking at the departure. He might be taking us either on 108.2, 046 out of Ventura. Although I've kind of set up for Palmdale. So I'm going to put in the nav 2 038. And 046 on this one, just in case. I'm going to go ahead and switch those frequencies now. And I hope I wasn't forgotten about. Oh man, that must have been cool. Have you ever been there before? Is that where you met her? Leveling off at 13,000. SoCal departure Delta 576 level 13,000.
Delta 576 clear direct Palmdale VOR. Resume on navigation. Contact Los Angeles Center 125.27.
125.27 resume on navigation to Palmdale Delta 576. Alright, so it is 038. We'll just pull it up over here. SoCal departure, you mind repeating that frequency for Los Angeles Center?
The 570 Los Angeles Center 125.27.
12527 Delta 576. Delta 576 level 13,000.
Delta 570 Los Angeles Center, climb maintain level 230.
Level 230 Delta 576. Hmm. Sorry for making you guys dizzy with my views here. Okay, so we need to get that. And we need to get that. And we need to establish a climb power setting. Sorry, Steve, I'm coming back. I wasn't on the chat for a minute. I'm just sort of setting this thing up. Okay, cool. Very cool. So that must have, yeah, it must have been an experience. How long have you been there for? I'm gonna change time of day so we can see these instruments. Nah, I didn't set it up. I would have had to pull out the JEP charts to find the coordinates of everything. I'm sure that it's somewhere else too, but it's not on... Actually, hold on. You know what? Maybe it is. Oh yeah, there is coordinates here. They are. Yeah, I guess I could try that next time. I've done it a couple of times. I should play around with it some more. Although I've been doing so much GA flying. Oh wow, nice. Yeah, it's a good long vacation. Got so quiet.
Delta 576 contact Los Angeles Center 133.55.
133.55 Delta 576. Los Angeles Center, Delta 576, 16,800 for flight level 230.
Delta 570 Los Angeles Center, climb maintain level 290.
Flight level 290, Delta 576. Alright, 5 miles to go to Palmdale, and then we're going to go outbound. Pretty much the same course, you got to change it to 067. Yeah, it is. I remember the first time. I mean, I made it the subject of that video that I had made for this airplane. So just, you know, doing that a few times over and over again. It's a cool SID. I know Josh hates it. He's like, that thing's a piece of bleepity bleep. But yeah, if you can do this, you can do almost anything as far as, you know, as far as keeping up with. I mean, we went off. He shortcutted it, you know, which makes it easier. And then I don't know. I felt like I was forgotten about, but maybe it was intentional to just throw me on this heading. So I gotta get better with it down. Although it's so quiet. Hold on, let's have a look. Because I do remember Peter one time saying that whenever it's quiet on PilotEdge are the times where they're most likely to forget about somebody because they're kind of just relaxed. So let's look at the PE map. But they do a great job. Let's see. There's a few pilots out here. Earlier when I started, I've did a VFR flight starting a couple hours ago, I guess. And this thing was just full of airplanes. It was good stuff. And they were all doing different things. It wasn't like a train of airplanes. It was pretty cool. It was good action. You'll be able to see it. I'm going to upload it, Steve, too. Well, it'll be on the VOD, but I'm going to also put it on YouTube. So, you know, it stays up there. Okay, so we're 8 miles out from Palmdale. So, just to see on the chart where we are. I can't remember, Steve. Did you get the 767? So we left Palmdale. We're going out at 067. And at either 15 miles out, we're going to turn the course to 058. We won't pick up this VOR. I got to reset the range so we can, but it won't pick it up right away. And let's have a look outside. Enjoy the view. Well, let's see. It's 067 to 058. That's got to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm guessing that's putting me on 058. Yeah, disgraced. I haven't tried it yet. I'll have to check that out. Especially when you don't have that, you know, like quick access to the coordinates and stuff like that. I don't mind doing like the work, which is why I fly this airplane all the time. But when
114 Kilo, resume on navigation to Las Vegas.
when we don't have the actual coordinates that it needs, and I guess I could see how that would definitely be a help. Nice. That looks pretty cool. Let's check inside. Let's put this on 058. And we gotta switch the frequency to 113.2. There we go. And we'll just turn on to 058. So hopefully when it comes alive, it'll be pretty close. Still climbing. That's a good sign. Climbing a little faster than I normally would. Got some traffic down low. Maybe they're going into Victorville or something. Just great. Steve's on vacation far away. He's watching from a faraway land. I hope you don't want me sharing that, Steve. I didn't think you would. Alright, we have a live signal. And we have a DME. Cool. Alright, so we're doing our typical flight. 238 radial inbound to Daggett. Once we cross Daggett, we will then essentially we'll end the departure procedure, and we will begin the arrival CLAR. So the Daggett transition to CLAR, or for CLAR, is 031, cross Misson at flight level 240. Ah, cool. He must be intrigued. I don't know if he's ever watched a flight simulator on the internet. Tell him I say hello from New York. I should say, hey, tell him I said hello from No, I don't know. My accent is actually from Michigan, although I probably say a few words kind of New Yorker, but it would be nicer effect if I had like the full New York accent. Alright, 29 miles to go. And, so we have to, if we make it up to 29,000 feet, we're going to have to descend 5,000 feet. So that's about 15 miles at least, very minimum. So let's call it like 20 miles out. So basically like 10 miles from Daggett, we'd want to start descending, which I don't think we're going to really make it. Let's see, we got 25 miles to go. I'm at 26,000 feet. Los Angeles Air Delta 576 requesting to level off at flight level 270.
Delta 575 maintain level 270.
270, thank you. Alright. There we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, forget about it. What are we doing? Mach 0.76? Alright, that's what we want to be at. Here, I'll show them the outside of the airplane. It's probably more enjoyable in some ways. It's about the kids. Keep them entertained. Yeah, let's do a little flyby. That's a fast flyby. Alright, cool. What's up, Terrence? TJ. Nice. TJ, my name's Ron. Well, we have some traffic down low there. Looks like they're following the same route we are, just opposite direction, a lot lower. Some more traffic flashing down here. Has Terrence been on an airplane yet? TJ? Four miles to go, which is actually going to change any second now. So let's pull this power back a little bit. Ah, that's going to be a trip. I hope he gets to one day, because then he'll be addicted to flight simulators if he enjoys it. I haven't gotten a clearance yet for the KLAR to arrival. What do you got?
576 center, maintain flight level 240.
There we go. Center main flight level 240, that's 576.
For 881 Tank Charlie, contact Yuma, approach 125.55.
Alright, let's make sure our speed's good. Or our speed bug. And let's go ahead and pull the power back. Yep. My first airplane ride, let's go visit my grandmother when I was 5. Actually, younger than that. I think it was like maybe 3 or 4. But I think I was about 5 when I really remembered it. And it was on a 7.
What respective vessel approximately 35?
It was a, let's see what power setting, about 40%. Yeah. It was on a Scandinavian 747. Probably a 100 or 200 series at the time. And I had the best seat, like right behind the trailing edge. Just watching the flaps and ailerons the whole time, not even knowing what the heck they are. And that was it, man. All I did was play with toy airplanes after that. That and wanted to be an astronaut. We're already 15 miles outbound. We're definitely past KLAR. Or Misen. Alright, so let's stay set up on here. 116.9. And standby and active nav 2. Okay. All right. So if we get to 13,000, restriction of 250 actually, that would be right over KLAS.
Delta 576, contact Los Angeles Center 125.27.
125.27, Delta 576. 0.27, I think it's still in there. Yeah. Los Angeles Center, Delta 576, flight level 240.
Delta 576, Los Angeles Center, cross part, maintain 13,000, Las Vegas altimeter 3010.
Cross KLAS at 13,000, Delta 576. Okay, so that is 11,000 feet to lose, right? Which is 33 miles, call it like 40 miles. And we're like basically there now because KLAS 35 miles plus 40 is 75 miles. And the nav2 says 66 miles. So let's get this thing down now. We're going to need some boards, I believe. We'll put in half boards. And I'm going to slow us down a little bit. Let's just keep it at... We'll keep it at 270. And we'll do this. Pull the power back. I'm going to put one notch of boards. And we'll see how we do with that for a while. Descent rate approaching 3,000. Going to keep us at about 40% on the N1. I'm going to switch over to there we go. I just switched over to the other VOR. And it is a quiet night. Although I think Sorcerer Dave is streaming, so most definitely people are over there. But hey, Crazy. I see Crazy Dane. Tool Day. Tool Day. Hello, everybody. And Flight Sci Tech. I'm not sure if you are on or not. I think you said you were heading out. I think you gave me the host, so I appreciate that. I think I already told you that, though. Alright. 56 miles out, and KLAS is 35 miles. So about 20 miles to go, and we still got to lose 7,000 feet. There you go. $15 miles to go. Let's get Los Angeles' altimeter setting.
Runway assignments, and hold short instructions. Alt 9320 at 11.
Altimeter is
Visibility 10. To 5,000 scattered.
3010.
Temperature to 1. Dew point -3. Altimeter 3010. Visual approach runway 1 left, 1 right, in use. Departing runway 1 left. 1 right.
10 miles to go.
Notice to airmen, runway to 5 right.
Let's get that second notch of boards out now.
Read back all runway assignments, and hold short instructions. All VFR departures, contact clearance delivery with your aircraft type, initial heading, and requested cruise altitude. Operate transponder with mode C on all taxiways and runways. Advise on initial contact you have Foxtrot.
Foxtrot.
McCarran International Airport Information Foxtrot. 0256 Zulu. Line 320 at 11.
Delta
Visibility 10.
576 contact Las Vegas approach 125.9.
125.9 or Delta 576, thanks. 125.9er. Five miles to spare, but we still got to slow to 250. Just gonna wait till we're at 13,000. I'm gonna call him then. Wow, yeah, that's awesome. Beautiful plane. Las Vegas approach, Delta 576, 13,000.
Up to the 570 Las Vegas approach, fly heading 050, descend to maintain 7,000. Vectors reverse runway 1 left.
Okay, descend to maintain 7,000, right heading 070. Expect visual 1 left, Delta 576. Okay, so 070. Let's go ahead and put this on to 250 knots. And let's go to put this on 7,000. I'm going to give it 1 notch of boards. I'm putting in a notch of boards because my experience last time we had vectors like this ended up being a little bit high. And this airplane is really hard to slow down and descend while trying to shoot an approach. So yeah, wow, that's some nasty glare on the instruments. Let's switch that up a little bit. There we go. But yeah, 727. I've sat. I'm not sure where you sat on that airplane. I remember sitting in like one of the, been on it a couple of times. We've traveled like once to Florida when I was 7. Once when we moved from Michigan to New York, like to check out houses, and I think we were on 727s both times. And I just remember one of the times we sat like all the way in the back by the engines, and man, it was just loud back there. You're predicting 53 feet per minute for me, or that's what you had when you were on the 757? See the airport yet?
642 Kilo approved, report back. For 881 Tango Charlie, Yuma Airport, 1 o'clock, 15 knots, report to site.
I think this is Henderson out here. And if that is, then Vegas is like right out there. I'm learning all these VFR landmarks now that I've been flying a lot of VFR flights. If TJ likes watching this stuff, Steve, you can go on my YouTube channel. I got a whole bunch of flights up there with different, the 732 and a couple of other things.
Kilo Record.
Oh, you got a minus 53, dude. That's nice. Fantastic. Jack has been on stream a lot lately. Not streaming, but he's been on online quite a bit. and he's talking about streaming next week. Or I know he's getting to work next week on the 727 update, so you're going to be pumped, dude, when that airplane comes out. I'm going to slow us down to 220. I don't see anything resembling the city yet. But I do see terrain out in front of me.
Delta 576, fly heading 360.
360 Delta 576. Beautiful. I better put that tower frequency in as well. Oh, let's get... These are always cool views in the turn. Oh, there's an airport right down there. Okay, let me get that.
Also 576 Las Vegas Airport, 12 o'clock 20 miles from the site.
We'll report when in sight, Delta 576. Alright, let me get that
Right,
frequency first.
Valley Yuma Airport, it's now 2 o'clock at 9 miles.
119.9. Oh yeah, that's right there. He's probably like, how do you not see it? But, okay. Las Vegas approach, Delta 576 has the airport in sight.
Delta 576, third visual approach on May
1. A visual approach 1 left, Delta 576. I should say I have the city in sight, but the airport is basically right over here. Right there. Yeah, the Steve is cool. Well, one thing, it makes your panel look really cool, that's for sure. So, just the aesthetics alone, it's almost worth the $10. But yeah, it's obviously fully functional. He did a nice job making it 3D. Alright, let's pull out our landing speed. Oops, come on. We are going to land at flaps 30. 127 knots. And this could be like a 135 VREF. So I'm going to start putting flaps out now. Pull the power out a bit. Let's see, we have our speed spoilers set for touchdown. Auto brake, we'll put it on medium. Speed's bleeding off, getting below 220, flaps 1. Let's go ahead and go to flaps.
Delta 576, contact Las Vegas Tower 118.75.
118.75, Delta 576. 118.75. Okay. That's what I get for relying on that source. 118.75. I was looking at the website. I should have looked at the chart. And 5. Las Vegas Tower, Delta 576 on the visual for 1 left. Let's get some more drag out. Let's get that autopilot. There's no reason why I should be high. It was all my fault. Okay, gear down. Flaps 15. It's going to kick in some nice drag. We're just going to get it all dirty. Flaps 25. And flaps 30. There we go. Now let's pitch and hold about 130. 135 the whole way down. And while we're doing that, let's go ahead and turn on the lights. Think we got it? What? Did I put in the wrong frequency? Oh boy. What was the frequency? Was it 0.85? Las Vegas Tower Delta 576 is on visual 1 left. Shit. Las Vegas Approach Delta 576. Can you say that frequency one more time?
Delta 576, 118.75.
75. Thank you, sorry about that. We're gonna hit the ground yet? Las Vegas Tower Delta 576, visual 1 left.
Delta 576, Las Vegas Tower, runway 1 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 1 left. Clear to land 1 left, Delta 576. Thanks, Steve. That was almost bad news. That's why I never switched the current frequency knob that I'm on. Even if it's a really close frequency, I never switch the knob to the new frequency, because if I have to go back, there's no way I'm going to remember what it was that I was on that was working. It's bad enough that I screw up what they gave me to begin with. Alright, speed's looking okay. We're still a little high, but that looks beautiful, huh? A little bit of a crosswind, I think. A little slow, a little high. We're sloppy. Sink rate warning. Uh-oh. Might we stall it on approach?
50.
Coming with a little power now.
30. 20. 10.
Float it. Let's get some crosswind technique going, maybe. Yeah. That sucked. Alright. Here come the thrust reversers. Not that we needed them, we just landed so slow. Yeah, we can make this. We'll watch the replay after we get to the gate. We are on Sierra. Las Vegas Tower Delta 576 is off 1 left at Sierra.
Delta 576. Cross runway 1 right at Sierra. Taxi to parking via Delta Golf and Charlie. Monitor ground.
Delta Golf Charlie crossing 1 right at Sierra. We'll monitor ground. Thank you. Delta Golf Charlie. Delta Golf Charlie. Delta Golf Charlie. Yeah, 74 is not bad considering it was sloppy. This is like my third flight in a row. I haven't done that in a while. I haven't done that in like since those late nights that you and me were on the stream. All right, we'll cross here, and we will check the ground frequency from the chart this time. Okay, Delta and then Golf. I see it right there. That's good. Locked. Yeah, actually, that's the best thing you could do. Like if the VREF is 127, you definitely make sure you're at that VREF, and then just let it bleed off like another 10 knots before touching down, and you'll nail it. All right, so wait, let's go over to the airport diagram. Where is it? Here we are. And ground control 121.1 because we are east of 1 right. 121.1. All right, cool. Delta Golf Charlie. Delta Golf Charlie. Did I put that active? Yeah. Here's Golf. Oh, what I should be doing too, though. Hold on. Retract the flaps. Get the spoilers down. Get the APU running. Not crossing any more runways. This is like where the co-pilot, the non-flying pilot, is very useful. I mean, I'm rolling blind here. And we're still on the center line. There must be no wind. Whiskey. All right, here comes Charlie. Hang a left. See, whenever I see that concrete up there, I think I'm about to go on the runway, and then Charlie's like right before it.
The ground Sirius 81 Echo Charlie clear 35 with taxi to VO.
881 Tango Charlie Roger to the parking via Zulu 3.
Zulu 3, 1 Tango Charlie.
Alright, now we're in a fast taxi here. And some Southwest airplanes over there. There's our Delta airplanes. With the new paint. Newer. I always take gate 40.
Las Vegas Tower, Cessna 6142.
Yes, sir. Southwest out. I accelerated as we were going by Southwest. It's like, hey. There they are.
Air 6142. Make straight in runway 1 left. Report 2 mile final.
Straight in for 1, report 2 miles. 6142 kilo.
Alright, we're gonna go right there. Let's slow it down a little bit. Stop. Okay. Cool. Let's disconnect from the PilotEdge. Disconnect.
Disconnected.
Disconnected. And now we can go to replay mode. Good. All right. That looks funny. Wow, I really dragged it in there. Look how high my nose was. Let's let that go out a little bit so we can zoom in. All right, you're coming in. Getting a little wobbly there. Can hear the engines. Here's the power coming in when I was too slow. We're blowing the smoke. Blowing up some dust. Yeah, ballooned it a little bit. Here, we'll check that out from the inside wing view. That way, TJ can see what it's like to be a passenger. Right about there should be cool. Okay. Got some swimming pools down here. Sync rate. Cross the threshold any second.
50, 30, 20, 10.
And then you got the city of Las Vegas. Party time. Alright, cool stuff. Excellent. Not the smoothest landing, but fun nonetheless. Alright guys, well listen, thanks a lot for tuning in. And I think I'm gonna log off. So Crazy, Bad Midge, Dane, Devious, Elios, Huggy, and Tolde, or Toodle, and Cross Country Pilot Man. Thank you very much for tuning in. Steve, I hope you feel better, dude. I'm sorry to hear that you got a little ill out there, but I hope that all goes smooth. I hope you have a nice, safe, comfortable plane ride on the way home. I hope that your pilot lands smoother and flies a more organized approach than I just did. So, and yeah, man. See you when you get back. When you heading back, by the way? Alright, cool. So you still have some time to recover and enjoy a few more days, so that should be cool. Hope that happens. Alright, man. Well, everybody, have a good evening, and talk to you later. Take care.